last time, we were in the forest some more, and there were some bees in it, and we went around the bees. Except Burke didn't go around the bees and got hit by the bees, but then he went around the bees, and he's okay now, I think. And we kept going, and then we climbed a cliff, and Charlotte got up the cliff really quick because she's angry and British. And then we found our Pokemon, and then Ryu and Madeline yelled at each other. And
it was not yelling; it was a discussion.
Oh, I fucking yelled at him.
No. It's just it's when you're trying to tell your fucking parents to stop yelling. We're not shouting. We're having a discussion.
We're having a discussion.
Madeline's definitely the mom that's like, oh no, I'm yelling at this motherfucker in here right now. Just give me a minute.
And now we're at this hole. It looks like it's a pretty big hole.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nighttime now. So that's yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah. Anything anyone would like to add to that?
Not that I can remember.
All right, then. Fair enough, then. So then, yeah, night is falling as you've all got kind of set up camp near this large pit in the ground. And
Bidoof
like
tent.
Bidoof tent. And you know for a fact that like this pit into the water below is a good like 100 feet deep. It's like so like you've definitely made camp like near it, but like a safe distance away. And so yeah, since you said that, what is we talked about this in the group chat, but to enlighten the audience, what does each of your tent look like?
Look.
Didn't we talk about this before?
You talked about it in the group chat.
Not on stream.
Not during the session.
Oh,
I can if you guys want to look up, scroll up and see what you said. I like I know the one on top of my head. It's like somewhat modern, not too crazy modern expensive. It's like something that would go really on. It's like a nice one that'd be on sale. But it's like Bidoof themed. Like I keep saying like so much because geez, I'm having flashbacks to beginning speech classes in college.
I don't know if I ever answered this.
You said it was a hobbit hole, is what Ryu, and I was like, wait, what?
No, you didn't answer
it. A fucking clay hut.
Yeah, you said it was a clay hut.
I didn't answer. I just made a joke. Okay.
No, I think you did answer. I think you did. It's just you replied late to it.
Bitch is carrying around clay to make his own tent.
I'm trying to find that. I have everyone else's answer, but I can't find mine.
Charlotte's tent is like a light blue. And on the outside it looks like very nice, very new. If someone with a good eye and like was knowledgeable about fashion were to look at it, they would be able to recognize an expensive brand logo in like the corner of near the zipper door of the tent. So just to the average person it looks like just a nice looking tent, but if someone with the knowledge were to look at it, they'd be like, oh damn, that's like a $350 tent. You know, so
$3,000 Balenciaga.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I found it. I said it was fucking Diogenes' pot. That's what Ryu was.
Oh yeah, that's what you said.
Or what his tent was like. I don't think I ever gave a real answer though.
I just said it was you said, but it's fine.
No, it probably. Joking aside, it probably is just like one of those simple like canvas tents, kind of like the one that Rat said Prismas looks like, but not as like wide. It's a canvas tent, but it's just probably a lot smaller for like one or two people. Mm-hmm. But that is a pretty good one, and not nearly as decorated either.
Makes sense. Yeah, what does Prismas look like?
She has like I would say it's like a medium tent that maybe could fit like 2 people. And it's like not super expensive, but you can tell that like her and her mom maybe went to the craft store to get things to spruce it up on the inside and a little bit on the outside. She has like a set of string lights that she puts in there.
Each time. That seems tedious.
And she just kind of
judging
throws it. She kind of throws it up, and then she has like a nice soft pillow and a nice soft blanket. And she has an extra blanket in there for Lumi.
Cute.
It's not like too like fancy or anything, but she's kind of made it like her own little home.
What does Madeline's tent look like?
Madeline's tent. Well, first of all, Madeline walks into Prisma's tent and goes, "Whoa, this looks like a TikTok background."
No, no, mean to me.
It's like a 16-year-old's TikTok background. Very cool.
I don't know what TikTok.
Actually, it's called a Clink Clank and
Oh my gosh!
Oh, fuck off.
Mudkip said her tent, what Madeline's tent was, right, or not yet?
No, not yet.
Okay,
Not
perfect. I want to
yet.
make sure we didn't skip over.
It's a little bit of a spacey tent because she wants to be able to let all of her Pokemon out in there and just give them a place that's sheltered just to stay. But it's not. It doesn't have any like bells or whistles because she doesn't really think that that's necessary. It is blue, but not because she was staying on branding, but because when they went to go shopping for tents, anytime Madeline walked away from the tent that was blue to examine any other tents, Fina would bite her ankles until she came back over to the one that was blue. And so Fina wouldn't let her leave the store without the blue one, so she got the blue one. And then inside it's just got room for one sleeping bag and all of her Pokemon. And it's just a pretty standard, like, put the stakes in the ground and support it with the like beams that are impossible to get right, and then it's got like a zipper door with the like fly net as well, or the like screen net as well.
Nice. So yeah, anyone else have any I skipped over of describing your tent or how you rough it in the woods in the wilderness? I will say that since you guys were in such a rush to gather your Pokemon up last time, your tents are a bit it takes you a bit longer to set up everything because you didn't properly pack everything back up. So like you're having to like unpack everything and like readjust everything because you shoved it all into bags, just ran. So it takes a little bit longer. It's a little bit more frustrating to set everything up, but nothing too bad. It's just, it's like, you know, improper maintenance takes more time.
Yes.
But yeah, you've gathered around the this campfire. It's evening has finally fallen. Like the sun is weighing heavy on the sky. You're now, since you're at the top of this cliff, you can actually you can't actually see the sun anymore because it's past the mountains that you're kind of like surrounded, but you can see more of it than you would have whenever you were in the valley. But seeing the entire forest just basked in this soft orange glow is beautiful. Especially that massive tree that Ryu stopped by for a brief moment earlier. You can see it just towering over the rest of the forest. And it's just all it looks like the forest is made of pumpkin for a brief moment. And that's the scene that you are now lit your fire, started your evening preparations for your meal. And
We're kind of
you had
Bert kind of takes in and feels a bit of like homesick because it reminds him of how kind of like on his trips to Mount Coronet in Sinnoh. This is the kind of view he'd get climbing Mount Coronet. Kind of reminds him of home, and he can finally. It kind of helps him start relaxing, a little bit. As he kind of goes to sit down, and Geeky, I'm going to make a roll to you. This is between us, and then we'll get back to this.
Okay.
But let me just. Oh, okay. We'll touch on that later.
All right, will do. I will also say that the smell of like water is very strong because there are those 3 like waterfalls kind of pouring out of the sides of the cliff into that pit. So there's like, along with the crackle of your fire, you hear the constant just like thrum of running water, of like flowing water down this cliffside, or with inside this cliffside, I guess.
Which makes it really easy to make a big pot of soup with that clean water.
Indeed.
Soup time.
I am most likely sitting just maybe near my tent inspecting the ball that I nat 20 history rolled on last time after we fucking finished, so I can finally know what it is, right?
Bold of you to claim that's a ball, though. I never once said it was a ball.
You said it was a fucking purple ball with holes in it.
Indeed.
Oh, right. This is different than I thought.
I wasn't saying if you're confused, I wasn't saying a Pokeball. It's just I know it as a
Fair
ball.
Enough. Side note, partially because I know waking Dakota wait a few more seconds will kill him. But I hate how Larvitar's black and white sprite is exclusively in profile view. He's not facing the camera like every other Pokemon. He's looking off to the side. Why? Why is Larvitar not?
He's broody.
Yeah, he's always like, he's a little, my little sassy baby. He's a little sassy, little sassy baby. Who's a sassy Larvitar? Who's a sassy Larvitar?
Oh man,
so you're popping a teeny bit.
The Gen 3 sprite looks so much better than the Gen 5 sprite. It just looks so boring. Man, the one black and white sprite that I don't like.
I'm hoping the popping of the mic has stopped.
Sounds like
so for now.
Okay, sweet.
So yeah, as I continue looking at this, says so you pull this this thing out. It's definitely round. I'm actually also looking up what it looked like again, so I could properly describe it. So yeah, so you pull this out as night begins to fall, and you pull out this this object that you've been kind of like having in the back of your head for a long time. You just haven't been able to focus on because there have been more important things going on.
Yes.
And so it's like with that natural 20, does Ryu have any musical experience of any form?
Probably some, because I made a point of like him knowing the Kimono Girls in Ekritik, and they have like a show, so there's likely that there have been instruments played.
Makes sense. Yeah, that makes total sense to me. So you would recognize this pretty handily as like a form of ocarina. It's it's a purple like rounded like oblong bowl, has holes in it that are slightly raised that you would place your fingers on to play the different notes.
Is it shaped like the Ocarina of Time ocarina?
Almost, but like the holes, instead of it being like in a line, they're kind of like on opposite sides. So instead of holding it like this, like to where like the hole's here, it's on the top, and you're holding it more like this. So like you're holding it like if the like almost like a reed instrument, if that makes sense. So you're holding out in front of you instead of off to the side.
So like a recorder.
Kind of, yeah. And so the holes are kind of like kind of bump up to the sides, that you hold it there, and you press onto the holes there and blow into it through it like that, instead of it off to the side like an ocarina would be. Like a normal ocarina would be.
Stream. I'm trying to wait until you say it in stream.
I would say try pausing and playing, but you probably jump past it.
Okay. So you hold it like a hamburger?
I mean,
that's what I got from your description.
Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's like a. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold more like a hamburger instead of the worst way you'd ever hold a hot dog.
Well, the sweet potato style ocarina is it's like the same way you hold a flute. Like with one hand facing you and one hand away.
This one is burger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's burger.
Yeah, so not like that. More like how you would like maybe hold an oboe.
So I have an ocarina.
Kinda, yeah.
I got that off a bird?
Yeah.
The fuck was the bird doing with it?
Shiny.
And I rolled a nat 20, so it is just an ocarina. There's nothing special about it that would have caused a bird to be holding onto it, other than just shiny.
I mean, like with that natural 20 history check, you know that like you know like as much as you know about instruments, which there's no reason why you have any sort of like limit of what you could know, is that you just don't know a whole lot about instruments themselves. But this doesn't seem like an instrument that is like mass produced or anything. You can tell from how it's shaped that there's like imperfection and there's bumps, there's certain ridges. Like this was definitely handmade and is like a one of a kind type object. This is not like an ocarina that you would buy at like a Pokemart. This is something that's so carefully, painstakingly made. And it's like, and you know what? I'll also give you this with that natural 20. You can tell that the purple color is not paint; it is natural. This object is created out of this purple, like it. You can't tell if it's what material it is, but it's out of this purple material that like looks vaguely like clay. Yeah, so you can tell that it is a not a natural, but it's like a natural purple coloration. Handmade, one of a kind thing.
Okay. All right. Well,
sorry.
I guess I pocket it and I'll see if I find anyone that's missing an ocarina.
Alrighty. Sounds good to me.
You don't want to play it?
I don't know how to play an ocarina.
Allow me to re-emphasize that, as I believe what Prisma just said.
Don't give it to Prisma. She's gonna end up playing like Lizzo or something on
it.
After I want to move to once I pocket the ocarina of my bag, I'm gonna. We're still really close to that ridge, right? That we climbed up.
Oh yeah.
I want to walk over there, and while there's still daylight, I want to look and see if, since we're so high up, if we can see the skyline of the city yet.
Yeah. So with that one, the ridge you climbed up would actually be the opposite side. So you actually walk through a little bit of the forest that's up on top of this cliff to walk to the other side. And yeah, you can actually see on the horizon, you can see the tops of buildings that are lit. And it's more so that you can see the aura of light pollution in the sky directly above where the city is. You can just see the slight blinking lights on top of towers for like planes to not hit them. You can just see this layer of just like a dome of light to the northwest. So
okay,
it's not far away at all. You imagine by walking, once you're out of the forest, it might be a couple days, if that, depending on how quickly you walk.
I was gonna say, if I can see it on the horizon, it'd probably just be like a day's walk.
Looks like you can see the tops of the buildings in the light pollution. You can't see the buildings it's not like.
No, I know. I'm just saying it like
yeah.
if you can
It's
still
just
see it
over
if
the
that close,
horizon.
if you're not interrupted too often, you could just be a day's walk.
Okay.
Just
Yeah,
based on
pretty
like
close.
my knowledge of geography.
Is Ryu gonna like share this with anyone? I mean, that sounds kind of metagamey, but if
Just jump
Is
off
Ryu
the
gonna
cliff and
share with
fly
the rest
away.
of the class?
I guess it depends on what everyone else is doing. If he wants to bother anyone with this information.
I just kind of realized that I guess Burke never really left looking at the trees, so he probably just Burke was probably staring the same place. He just was too kind of like wasn't very perceptive of where to look. He was just kind of like, trees. So I'd say Burke kind of glances over to he's like, "Hey, Ryu, what do you see?"
I can just barely make out the skyline of the city. It should be just about a day's walk if we don't have too many interruptions.
Oh, really? Oh my goodness. And Bert kind of takes his backpack off and kind of stares at the packages. Finally get these delivered. And I gotta tell you, Madeline's care sure gave me a second wind, but I'm hoping it gets me through the next day.
Hopefully there aren't too many dangers near the path.
Yeah, that does seem to be these woods are really scary. Bert kind of pats Ryu on the back and goes to kind of find Madeline because he wants to thank Madeline. Burke wants to thank Madeline for the care from the injuries because because the role the role I did was kind of determining how Burke was doing and hooey and hooey. What a number!
You roll a good one. Hell yeah.
Yeah, very good. And so I was gonna say I'll have Burke start walking towards Madeline, but I want to give Prisma and Charlotte chances to see what they're doing first before we start that conversation, and Madeline too.
Mm-hmm. Charlotte is trying to cook. She's trying to make one of the meals in her pouch.
Go ahead and give me a survival check. See what well, first off, what are you cooking? What
It's like a really basic, like a beef stew equivalent, with just carrots, like maybe some onion, like real basic.
Hater.
Tasty.
Yeah. Potato.
We're making this in the soup pot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will say, she's trying to make it for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a large portion. Okay.
With a 16, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you if I could speak. Yeah, like you kick ass at this soup. Like you managed to you pulling all your resources together. You pull out some seasoning that you've brought from home. And get a nice season to this. It's full of like carrots, potatoes. The beef is tasty. Perfect milk tank taste. Beef.
Toro's beef.
Tora? I mean, it could be either.
I don't.
It
think
could be
we
either,
eat
but
bulls.
they don't often slaughter dairy cows.
Then what cows
they do.
slaughter?
Yeah,
Do they?
do.
I thought they slaughtered more, not like buffaloes like Toros, but that's the best equivalent you have to a bull.
I don't think they slaughter bulls for
they
meat.
use the bulls to produce
that is a
more
bull.
cows.
And what?
I thought.
What
Yeah, they
I guess
just
I'm
get rid
fucking
of
wrong.
them.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
is it where they like
to be a
basically
steer on
made-
a farm.
Yeah. What gen is it where they basically made like literally in the Pokedex Tauros and Miltank like opposites of each other? Or, like...
It was Sun and Moon where they had a farm with both of them on it.
Yeah.
they fucking.
Anyway, Miltank
Crushed.
beef, whatever.
Yeah. Specifically Kobe beef now. But yeah, you make a pretty damn good soup. It's nice broth to it. It's great. I'm running out of descriptions because I don't cook very well. But yeah, like a good 45 minutes after you've all kind of gathered or like set up camp here, The smell of savory beef is now wafting through the camp. Beef, as your soup is boiling. I will say also, for anyone who's looking off the cliff, you can also see in the forest a single kind of column of smoke. That it would be from a source of fire, but not like a wildfire. It's a very, very like controlled column of smoke.
Oh, that's right. So you said like Ryu can see that too?
Yeah, anyone who's looking off into the forest can see it.
Okay, then I actually want to walk over to Charlotte preparing the soup, and I just like clear my throat to get her attention. Excuse me. You said that you found that quick ball in the forest. Someone who made it?
She like looks over from the soup and like kind of like glances over at it every now and then while she's like speaking to him. Yeah, there was someone in one of the houses that I came across when I was trying to find you guys. They made these things.
May I see one?
Yeah. And she will kind of take off her backpack because she kind of always keeps it on her and take one of them out and hand it to him.
Which one?
Let me review the list.
Yeah, go for it. Take your time. I will say that if Ryu points out that column of smoke, Charlotte, you would recognize it as roughly the same place that you saw that house at.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's where I was heading with this.
Shoot, I gave one to Burke or someone, didn't I?
You gave Burke the quick ball.
That's how I caught Bellows.
Yeah, you
Yes.
gave Burke the
Okay.
blue one with the yellow X. So the other two
Okay.
ones you have.
So I will hand Ryu the gray one with the blue bumps around the top shell.
Alrighty. So yeah, you're handed this.
All right, and I should make my advantaged like history check to know
Yeah.
what Pokeball it is.
History makes sense to me.
Okay. Advantage history. There we go.
21. Yeah, you recognize this pretty handily as a I'm gonna double check, make sure I got this right before I say something stupid. Yes, it is a heavy ball. I just wanted to make sure before I said that and realized no, I'm stupid. But yeah, it is a heavy ball. Specifically a heavy Apricorn ball. It is not a manufactured Pokeball. You can tell from how it's like anytime you get an Apricorn ball within like 5 feet of you, can instantly recognize that it is not a normal Pokeball from how the latching is, how it's not a perfect sphere. It's got a couple lumps on it. Like it's pretty obvious this is a man-made object.
I thought so. You said they made this, but this appears to be made with Apricorn, correct?
Made with what? I don't know what that is.
Oh, apologies. It's what Pokeballs used to be made from. There are only a few people that I know of that still know this art. One of them is back in Johto.
Wow, really? I didn't know that. And she kind of like looks out and she sees the smoke, and she thinks for a minute. So these are like rare then?
For the most part, Apricorns themselves I don't believe are too rare, but the art of making them is long since faded from history due to mass producing Pokeballs.
So it would be a big deal if someone were to be making these by hand.
Most likely. I'm not quite sure about the market value of them since they are all handmade.
Okay.
I would be interested in meeting the person who made this, though.
I wish I could remember how to find them.
And then that's when I point to the column of smoke. We haven't seen a single soul in this forest, but you said they had a house. Do you think that smoke might be coming from that house?
She like has a slight eye twitch, and she's like, "Yeah, that's possible."
I should like to meet her in the morning then.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Could I come with you? It'd probably help that since she would recognize me.
I don't see a reason why not. You do know how to get there.
All right.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, that's good. And scene.
And see.
What the Prisma? Yo, what the Prisma doing?
What that Prisma do?
Prisma doing?
Brushing her bird's feathers.
Bird.
Pretty. Yeah, Lumi is, after flying so much today, her like wings are a little cramped.
Sorry, I just got a fucking crypto coin bot scam on Discord sent to me.
Oh,
Wow.
Cool.
Wow.
Time to report.
Cool.
But Jolly, how are you going to make money?
for Jolly, how else are you going to be number one?
I need this sweepstakes giveaway for Torex coin.
How are you
Yes.
going to be famous?
Alright.
How are
be
you going to be
famous.
want to be famous?
Dude, in my last
so funny.
small tangent last night, I had 3 of those want to get famous bots attack me
Oh
at
my
once.
god.
Yeah,
3 of them
all at
showed
the
up
same
in a
time.
row. Yeah,
That's
at the same
awful.
time.
How do you
Yeah,
make a
just
report
3 in a
on
row.
someone on Discord.
I don't
I don't think
know. I know you can.
usually you have to like I think
You
you
can
have to
block,
like
but I don't know how to mute or report.
Maybe
you
it's
have to like manually like you have to actually like fucking contact Discord support or
yeah, it
something.
might be a like website.
Yeah, move on. I'll figure this out.
Good luck. But yeah, like after flying around for so long today, Lumi's like wings are a little cramped, so she is loving the love and attention of like brushing her wings and getting any small bugs and like twigs and stuff out of the fluff. She's very appreciative that you're just brushing her. Bush. As much as a bird can purr, she's purring.
Like a coo, kind
Like,
of.
yeah, they can coo.
Like that. Anyway. But yeah, she's delight. In fact, after about like maybe 5 minutes of brushing, you realize that she's asleep in your lap. As you're just slowly brushing it out.
So stinky.
So sleepy. Yeah. Anything else you'd like to do, Prisma?
During campfire scenes, are we allowed to have more than one Pokemon out?
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
All right. I would like to just kind of have all of my Pokemon out in my tent, just kind of like cuddled under the same blanket, and they'll all get their turns getting brushies.
That's so cute. Finnegan, this is what's Finnegan's name again?
Soleil.
Soleil. This is Soleil's first time getting brushed, so they are all about this. Especially the ear floofs. Brushing the ear floofs is like an experience. And so yeah. Soleil is just into it. As for Pixie and Minwee, since they both went on this little adventure by themselves, they're a little dirty. They're like the dirtiest of the group. No, Soleil's probably the dirtiest of the group because Soleil's never been. There's the most recent to be a wild Pokemon. But the other two are still pretty dirty after their little excursion, especially like getting to brush like thick spiderweb out of their fur and stuff. So yeah, you probably like clean them before you let them under your blanket.
Can I say one thing that you just made me think of?
Absolutely.
I'm really sitting around with Senshi, Yuki, and Raijin just out. I want to say that, like, because we did clear off most of the spider web that was there. I want to say that Raijin's just like crawled around in it and like collected a ball of it and is just like pushing it around like a dung beetle.
That's really cute. Just I love that. Yeah. Just like
with her two little feet up on the ball, just like rolling it, and she's just like walking with her two hind feet.
Yes, absolutely. This is what's happening. 100%.
I just love a picture. Everyone asks agility training. Don't question.
You're doing excellent, Raijin. Keep up the good work.
Hold on. So, yeah. In fact, at some point with your encouragement, Raijin starts kind of like riding the ball, like trying to like balance on it and see how well Raijin can hold that balance. Not doing too great, but he's trying.
And Raijin just earns a smile from Ryu. Just watching it.
Raijin is putting on a show.
Father has smiled for me.
Yes. I've been blessed by smell. Yeah. Prisma, you're getting nice and comfy as I assume by this point the soup is starting to be dished out to everyone. I'll just assume that you have enough to feed yourselves and your Pokemon. Anyone who is interested in having beef stew. Some Pokemon will be obviously vegetarian, which might not be interested in beef stew.
As far as I know, Joltik survives off electricity and probably berries. So yeah. I think
you're surrounded by a forest. It's pretty easy for you to let your Pokemon that are vegetarians to just go out and eat leaves and berries and
go eat leaves, loser.
Eat leaves. So yeah, so like you have no want for food at the moment with you or your Pokemon.
Nice. No dinosaur to kick over our soup this time.
Yeah.
Speaking of
no.
But yeah, Burke, you said you
want to knock, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
Stomp, motherfuckers.
Burke's walking over to Madeline. What's I guess I want to ask. Hopefully, Burke's not interrupting. I was gonna say I'm not sure what Madeline's doing.
Oh no, I'm definitely just checking in with all my mons in front of the tent, just making sure nothing is amiss.
Just having a nice sit, drinking some tea. Fuck! Sylvie, stop! God
damn it!
Yeah, so Burke's walking over.
Casual 3rd-degree burns.
Sylvie's cold.
Oh, I thought you were implying that Sylvie was.
No, Sylvie keeps slipping herself where Mudkip or where Madeline thinks she's drinking tea.
Yeah,
trying to get her to drink.
Trying to teacup me again. I will say, I want to make it canon now that whenever Sylvie tries to prank Madeline, and Madeline gets upset about it, Sylvie definitely chuckles to themselves, but I want it on record that the sound of a Sinistea chuckling is like the clattering of porcelain.
Yes.
What
is creepy?
What? There's something I'm thinking of. I'm not sure if it's like Zelda or Luigi's Mansion where something laughs like that. I don't know. I just picture it's like this. It's like a chandelier.
Yeah, it's like a.
It's like a chandelier clinking around as a laugh.
That's cool.
That is the case. I decided that.
But yeah, Bert kind of walks over to Madeline and it's like, "Hey, Mads, Madeline? How you doing?"
I'm all right. How are you? How's your side feeling?
You know, I gotta be honest. I thought I was gonna be kind of not very limber, but I feel great. Bert kind of like literally does like a full stretch, like a full like he's just showing off his like as flexible as this big beefy man can be.
Right.
He's like, look, I don't know what you did, but you did something. It's magic. I don't know what you did, but it doesn't hurt at all anymore.
Awesome. Well, if you got a minute, why don't you plop yourself down? I should probably give it a clean and a redress really quick, but as long as you're feeling all right, that should be all right.
For sure.
All right,
Burke,
Madeline. Oh yeah, go for it.
Now Burke has to frickin' take off his vest and just fucking
like lift up the shirt.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, we're not gonna have it. We're not gonna. That's not gonna be the trend where Burke's just oblivious to the implication of every situation where he like.
Burke is slowly becoming attractive to everyone in the party,
but he can't. He's oblivious to that. Like he's accidentally doing like like the over the head like take off the shirt and stuff like normally. He could easily unbutton it, but he's just like. It's like, all right,
Really
and then he kind of. He's not trying to. But yeah, and he turns to face the injured side. I think it was his left side. Yeah, it was his left side. So he faces his left side towards Madeline and kind of sits there.
Yeah, Madeline's gonna go into. What's up?
Oh, I was gonna say, is this gonna take a little bit? Because they could have a conversation while Madeline's doing this.
Oh yeah.
But I want to hear what you said. You were gonna say.
Oh, I was just gonna say Madeline goes into like full like mom mode again, where she's like, all right, she's like unraveling the bandages. And then she like kind of pulls out like from her like medicine kit that she has to like restore health to people. She's probably got like a bottle of like rubbing alcohol in there or something, and like dabs it on a pad, and is like, it's gonna sting a little bit, but I'm sure you'll be fine.
I like the picture what I'm just going off the roll from earlier of how Burke's handling pain right now, and Burke kind of like laughs. He's like, tickles. Quit it. Something that normally would like sting. Ah, fuck. But it's like for him, it's like. Sorry, I'll try not to move around too much. Sorry.
You're fine. She like dabs at it a bit, and then she gets to the very like end of the row of sutures that she did. She's like, well, it looks all right. It looks like there's one on the side here. It's not detrimental in any way, but it looks like it might have happened while we were climbing up here. There's one suture that popped that I probably have to redo really quick, but everything looks fine other than that.
All right, well, I'll be tough. I'll remember to breathe. That's what my mom always told me whenever I got hurt and she had to take care of me. Some people forget to breathe when they're getting medical care, and it hurts more.
Yeah. And so she pulls out like the sort of like curved needle thing that you have to do like sutures. She like threads the needle, and she's like, so is there anything you want to talk about while we were over here? As she starts to get ready for that.
Bert kind of rubs the back of his head with his right arm to not move too much. He's like, well, I don't know. I think the reason I'm feeling so good is because I might have taken a bit of a power nap earlier. But I felt like I heard people yelling and stuff. I don't know what was happening. I mean, I could have just been my dream, but I'm not too sure.
No. Yeah, that's Oh yeah, I'm sorry you overheard that. I felt like I had to step in and say something with Ryu, so we had a couple words earlier. I won't go into too much detail, but
I don't expect you to.
I just wanted to touch base with him and see about sticking together more as a group and not because I noticed a couple of times while we were on the hunt for our Pokemon, which is understandable, but I saw a couple times he was almost like too raring to go while the group was still like gathered up, and there was that time back on the trail in the woods where he just took off on his own. So I wanted to talk to him about that and kind of like sticking together as a group, and it got a little heated. He doesn't really seem like he's one for listening to people, but so yeah, I got a little frustrated, but it's nothing big.
Oh, he's definitely determined. I mean, I definitely agree. We gotta stick together, at least while we're in the the scary woods. I mean, it's dangerous. I mean, look at me. And Bert kind of like uses his right like palm to gesture towards the injury. He's like, it's a little bit. But I think what's most important to know is that friends fight, friends disagree, and I think it's important. I feel like if friends never disagree on anything, that's a bad sign. I feel like that's friends not being honest with each other. So, I mean, so I think it's going to be a little tough, and I think Ryu's just very. Bert kind of like stumbles. He's like trying to find the right word for it. Very dedicated. He's strong-willed, and I mean, I admire that. I mean, sure, it's tough, but I mean, any group dynamic's going to be a little. And we're always going to butt heads. I mean, trust me, I've seen a group. You'd be surprised that even though you'd think how similar rock type like Geodudes and stuff, how you think how similar they are, they still can't get along. I don't know. I take it as a sense of growing up. The fact that we have these times where we have our differences makes us unique and special.
Yeah, I also want to say that like while Burke's in the middle of like finishing up that sentiment, Madeline fully just like pokes the whole needle in and pulls it through, like just while he's talking.
While he's distracted and not noticing the needle is going. It's like that phenomenon where a cut doesn't hurt till you observe it. And it's like, oh, fuck, that hurts. So using the distraction as like, using the monologue as a way to distract from the pain.
Yeah, she definitely wanted to get him talking for a second so that she could do it while he wasn't like staring directly at it.
It's literally like getting a kid to talk. So what's your favorite thing about school? Oh, yeah. I like it when the teacher is nice to me. And then you just stick.
Dude, I still do that. What are you talking about? I still do that when I get my blood drawn. I can't look at it. And I talk to myself to focus on something else. So I'll ask the nurse like, so, what's your favorite thing to cook? And I will have a random conversation with them so I don't have to think about the fact that my blood's being drawn.
I feel like a good worker for that kind of stuff. You just tell them like, hey, I'm a little nervous about this. Can we keep a conversation going just so I can distract myself from it?
Yeah, I usually do say something and 9 times out of 10, they're like, oh yeah, sure, of course.
The 1 out of 10? Fucking pussy.
No, the 1 out of 10 is usually a crotchety old lady who's like, well, if you hold still, I'll be quick about it. And I'm like, shit.
Say about crushing your windpipe, old lady. Stand still, it'll be over. It'll go quickly.
Jesus.
See, I'm the weirdo that it actually makes it easier if I'm looking at it when it happens. So I just kind of watch as they do it. And
I can kind of agree with that, Geeky, because then I know when to breathe out to kind of focus on.
Yeah, and also when to not flex instinctively because you're not supposed to react to it. So if I know it's going in now, all right, cool. I can keep my body relaxed. And it eliminates the pain because it's just because I don't have that reaction it's always just boop. All right, it was a pinch and we're done. Cool.
Yeah,
I think that works for shots, but when getting your blood drawn, it's in there too long, and I feel the suck.
Oh, I've never got my blood drawn, so I don't know.
It's a thing.
No.
Yeah, I also
once
watch
the needle's in, I'm okay, but I can't watch myself get poked. The actual sticking part is what makes I can't watch that.
It makes me dizzy.
But once it's in place and taped up or whatever, I'm fine.
Yeah, I just find it easier to kind of
trigger warning for needles.
I could believe that, Geeky. I relate to that. But yeah, so Madeline kind of just deftly, and I'm not even gonna have Burke try to observe it because Burke's just dense as a box of rocks. So there's you could easily slip by that, but you could slip that by him really easily.
Yeah,
Burke's just giving a big smile as he finishes his whole monologue.
Yeah, her whole plan was to get him talking to distract from the fact that she really does not have any sort of anesthetic to administer before like poking a needle through his skin. So she finishes that up, like rips the thread off or whatever, and like sets it fully, and then is like, "Yeah, it's good having a second opinion about that. So, thank you. I appreciate you coming over to talk about this. And it looks like we're just about done here. I should clean it up one more time, and then I'll redress it with a bandage, and you should be good to go."
Oh, sounds perfect. Already feeling good. Already feeling better. Well, better than was before. For context, Burke rolled a 21 on Constitution earlier. So that's why Burke's feeling like super jazzed up right now and not like has like an extremely high pain tolerance. But yeah. So
Burke,
yeah, so
again.
Shit, I got it.
No worries.
All right, should be better now. Should
Also,
hopefully.
People in chat, how's the music level? Is it too loud, too quiet? Let me know.
I just had an idea. Geeky, let me know if this is not a thing that would work. But as Madeline is like, because she's very like parental or like maternal when she's like administering care to people, and I want to say she like puts all of her like bandages and the medicine stuff like back into her pouch or the pouch of her backpack or whatever that's got all of that stuff in it, and then she like finishes bandaging up Burke, puts all that stuff away, and as he's getting ready to like fully like put the shirt and the vest back on, she reaches in and pulls out a little lollipop.
Yeah.
From the like medical bag of stuff, because she's like the like family doctor of the group, so she like pulls out a lollipop and she goes, "For doing so good," and she like hands it up to Burke.
Burke kind of looks on. He kind of shifts his vision. Like, looks left, looks right. Before dinner.
Don't
God damn it! I love Burke.
Scandal.
Just from me to you, for being such a good patient. It's all yours.
Burke, like, it's not subtle about taking it slowly and putting it in his vest pocket, and he's like, he gives a wink. You got it.
We must protect Burke at all costs.
Oh my God.
And then, unless Burke has anything else he wanted to talk about, he's free to go.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to think. No, I think we'll be okay. Burke's doing good. He's walking up, kind of trying to be sneaky, like he's hiding something. Like his posture very much reads he is hiding something.
Excellent.
I don't really have anything else that I want to do right now until like basically watch.
Anyone else do anything? Either with yourselves, with each other, or with your Pokemon?
Madeline, after paying some attention to Burke, is probably gonna swing by Prisma's tent, because Prisma had something she wanted to talk about.
God, I told you I didn't remember. I told you I had this whole interaction set up in my head, and it's gone. 100%. I couldn't even make it up. I don't even know what it was about. I'm so sorry. I legitimately don't even know what I was going to say to you.
Whoops.
Trying to make it up on the spot.
Whoops!
What's Prisma's situation right now? Is she in a tent? Is she outside a tent?
She's in a tent with her Pokemon, and now that she's
Closed?
brushed everyone, it's probably propped open a little bit so that they can look out and wander around if they want. But she's eating soup. as I am
Okay.
doing right now.
Ah.
Soup is very tasty, by the way.
I'm LARPing.
Slurping. Madeline's gonna go up and see the slight opening in the tent and not know how to initiate, so she like sticks her hand in and waves in the opening and then goes, hey Prisma.
Hey, what's up?
Not much. I just wanted to come by because it seemed like you were saying something earlier and then we kind of trailed off. I don't know if you remember. But I just wanted to check in and see what's up and how things are going.
Oh. Well, no, I was gonna see if everything was okay between you two. Because I don't, confrontation makes me nervous. And I don't want anybody to be sad.
Yeah. It's fine. Do you just, And then Madeline pauses and goes, do you mind if I come in and rant for a little bit?
Oh, no, not at all.
Alright, so Madeline's gonna open the tent, fully go inside, close it back to the amount that it was, and sits and
the
goes,
most private place, a tent.
Tent. But Madeline's gonna go in and sit down and be like, okay, I wanted to ask you, because I don't know if I just wanted to ask you, because it's like, I don't know if I'm the asshole, but like, it seemed like, that things were kind of like not really like working smoothly as a group while we were out looking, right? Like specifically like when Ryu was really pushing to go while people were like, while we were like waiting for people, or people were injured or people were unable to keep on trucking. It seemed like he was ready to just ditch and go. Did you get that vibe, or is that just me?
She kind of looks down, like, at her soup bowl and just kind of, like, continues to look at the spoonful that she's lifted up for herself. And she's just kind of like, well, I mean, I have noticed that he's kind of been like that from the start, and I try to ignore it because it makes me sad thinking about it. But yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah, and I don't mean to like get mad at him about it. I just got like flustered earlier and raised my voice, and that probably wasn't the best. But I just feel like we should be like, if we're in this group, there should be a sense of like we're looking out for each other, and I just am not getting that, and I don't want to like blame him for it because I don't know why that is. There could very well be a reason, but I just don't know how to like communicate effectively that I want to look out for him, and I don't want to have anything negative or have any adverse effects come out of that. But like, I don't know how to get that through to him,
Well, I guess I wish that he would be completely honest with us, but also with himself. Like, if he doesn't want to be a part of the group, that's okay. I mean, I'm still going to care about him, but
Yeah.
if he doesn't want to be a part of the group, then I don't know if it's fair for him to like expect us to help him, or after everything that we've been through, and after all, like, we've helped each other with, like, you can't deny that there's like not any sort of connection there. And if he just really doesn't want to be around us, then he can tell us that. But I think I feel like he's a really independent person, but I think if he was more honest with himself, that he would realize that he might not want to be alone.
Yeah.
Because it's not safe, especially here.
Yeah. Yeah, because the part that really got me was because he said to me that he never asked for anyone to look out for him, and that, you know, if things had gone according to his plan, he would have just repaid any debt that he owed, that he perceived as owing to us, and then taken off. And that, like, I don't... Because, like, what do you mean, if you're traveling in a group, what do you mean you'd never ask someone to stick their neck out for you? Because that feels like if we're traveling together, that's kind of like a given thing. And I don't know what to make of that. Because, like, clearly it's weird, because it feels like on the surface he's got one foot out the door, but I don't feel like that's what he might actually want or what's best for either of us in this situation.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe I just need to be more open and straightforward with communication, but it feels like he's got some stuff going on, and I don't know how to broach that subject.
Yeah. I mean, he's
Anyways,
probably used to being on his own, but he says that he wants to go off and be by himself. But I can tell the way that he looks when, we're all together. Even if it's just like a subtle look, I can tell that, maybe this is good for him. And maybe this is something that he's wanted for a while, but he's scared to admit that.
yeah. I mean, you've seen the way he looks when Burke does a goof around him, you know?
Yeah.
I've seen him almost crack a smile a couple of times. That's my goal. You know what? That's my goal. I'm gonna get him to crack. I'm gonna get him to laugh. I'm gonna get him to crack a smile one time, and then after that, I'll be like, "Ha, gotcha, bitch. You like being here."
It sounds like a deal.
Anyways, thanks for listening to me. I don't expect you to have all the answers, but I appreciate you listening.
Of course.
You doing all right with that soup there?
Yeah, it's really good.
It's not spicy, right?
Again. No, of course. Why would it be spicy? We didn't put anything spicy in it. Get out of my tent.
I don't know. You just kind of choked on it just now.
I'm just so full of emotion and soup.
Okay.
Oh, damn. That shit kind of spicy.
Oh my!
yeah!
Oh my god!
That was so but so good.
I turned it down a little bit.
Oh my god!
To me.
That's it. There's the big reveal.
Why would you do that?
I guess it was funny as hell.
Permanently on the internet in an archive.
Oh, fuck you, man.
It was so funny, dude.
Oh, I really wanted to set that up the whole time. I was like, how can I get around that?
I was gonna wait until someone rolled like a nat 20 on something. I couldn't resist anymore, and Mudkip set me up.
Was I the only one who wasn't aware of this bit?
Oh, I wasn't ready for that either. I was just.
No, it was just
I
me who
only
was aware of it.
told Mudkip.
Yeah.
I hate you.
Anyways, don't choke on your soup or anything, okay?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Okay, bye.
I'm so upset.
That whole conversation was just to set up the bit.
That's revenge
That's
for me.
dedication.
No. Yeah, go for it.
That's payback for me walking into your fucking your D's nuts joke last week.
Yeah, because you actually got upset.
I know. I fully walked into it, so this was my payback.
Yeah, he was asking me. I told Mudkip that I did this about the item that he stole from Oratorio. And I was like, yo, I'm gonna send him a mummy. Like, yeah, Geeky told me what it was. And he was like, yeah, what is that? I was like, do you want to know? He's like, yes. He's like, is story important? I was like, I don't know. He's like, I'm like, okay, do you really want to know? He was like, yes, please. And I said, yeah, he told me that the thing that he was holding was these nuts in your mouth. And he got so mad at me.
I think all I replied was, I'm deleting my Discord.
He didn't text me until the next day.
Oh, that's so funny.
Oh, that's great. Golden.
I was so fucking mad.
That wasn't the entire point of that conversation, but halfway through, when I realized you were just eating soup the whole time, I was like, how can I get it there? How can I get it there?
definitely was eating soup the entire time.
Welcome
Anyways,
to D&D, everyone.
Madeline combat rolls out of the tent.
Poggers.
No. Jolly. Jolly. No. Hands off the. Lower the.
Pod?
No.
Oh my.
Fuck!
God damn. You got fucking put a bag over his head and he got taken off screen.
Bagged him halfway through.
Oh no. Yeah, oh no, fucking.
You know, the
Chuck E.
best
Cheese
part
gets
is I started
desert
zoning out. The best part is I started zoning out. I wasn't even gonna do anything until you just started saying, "No, Jolly." I didn't even giggle or anything, and you were already ready to tell me off.
Bunny.
Madeline's gonna go enjoy some soup.
Alright, so yes, everyone else sees Madeline combat roll out of Prisma's tent.
As one does after an encounter.
Perfect form.
Yes.
Yeah, that's how I talk to women. Just
Okay, gotta go.
hey, you roll in and you roll out. Go.
Oh,
It's called Autobot style. I'm gonna move on.
Anyways.
Autobots roll out. Anyway, it's dumb.
Yeah.
I want to say that anybody who's sitting out of their tents, like around the camp, just sees the most upsetting thing that is possible to see, in that Madeline uses her spoon to like scoop some soup out of the bowl, and then drops it from the spoon into a teacup, at which point it fully dissolves like hydrochloric acid and like bubbles up.
Ew.
Charlotte is like staring in horror from her position at the campsite.
But Madeline's like grinning and making like a face at Sylvia, like you would like when your pet like actually like eats its food at dinner. And is like not phased at all. It's just like, oh, good job. You're all right. Are you full? And then the cup goes like shakes back and forth vigorously.
It vibrates.
Like, shaking the cup. No. And she's like, okay. She pours another spoonful in there, and it just gurgles. And then she's like, all right, that's enough for you. Everybody else has got to eat.
Odd.
And then feeds her other Pokemon normally.
Charlotte just kind of shakes her head and tries not to think about it too much.
Burke's gonna have Cranberry and Bellows out to enjoy some soup.
Soup?
I don't know if what Bellows eats exactly, but
I will assume as effectively baby Godzilla that
yeah, it eats meat.
yeah, for sure. The more radioactive, the better.
Yeah.
Did you know you can make an aura around a token?
Yeah.
just figured that shit out. That's really good for determining like move radiuses.
Yeah, I didn't know that you had access to changing that. That's cool.
Yeah, I was just clicking around.
That's good for if I ever use Sandstorm.
Yeah.
Good lord, 100 feet range. Wait, no, that's right. It's a 50-foot radius of the actual Sandstorm. The range at which it can spawn it is 100 feet. Good lord.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm spamming chat. I'm sorry.
What?
I was spamming the. I'm sorry. I was pressing buttons and I thought I wasn't doing anything. Just ignore me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Fractal going crazy.
I will say ignore all my rolls.
I will say what's cool is if you do actually want to do that, if you want to set what your movement speed is as a radius around you, go to your aura and set your movement speed, set the shape to square, put the tint color to transparent, and then hit on the little 3 dots C, and then whenever you want to see it, just go back in there and change the tint color to like red, save settings, and it pops up, and then you go back and change it back to transparent, and it goes away.
It's like I'm playing a
C.
There should be 3 dots above the aura, like where it says aura 1. Should see like 3 dots that.
It doesn't. I just see feet, shape, and tint.
Okay, then that might be a thing that I have that is part of the enhancement suite. But I saw it. I assume that everyone else saw it, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, I saw it. It's like a tactics game when you can highlight enemies and see what their movement and attack range is before you move them around. Like my favorite tactics game, Mario Rabbids.
Yeah, you have 2 auras. So
max aura.
Oh man, Cranberry's health is not set correctly. I gotta fix that.
Yes, please do.
Yeah, I'm all tapped out of interactions though.
But yeah, you pull. I will say that that even though Bellows was weakened in comparison, almost as soon as you pull him out, he comes out like battle ready, like he expects that you've called him out for a fight. So like he hits the ground in like a stance, and it's like arms up, like ready to go, and kind of glances around and looks up at you like, "What the fuck?"
Burke's like, whoa. I know we agreed we were gonna fight together, but that's not all we're gonna do. We're friends, remember? We're partners.
He gives you like a nod. He's just not what he was expecting. Like he was just expecting to fight, so he's like kind of calling himself down.
I feel like Bellows and Makoto might get along really well, or they might just spar with each other. And
I'm afraid Makoto will pick on Bellows for being a rock type.
Except he's little rock type, little stinky, little. It's wrong. Oh, I forgot. It's not rock and dark yet. That's when it hits Tyranitar.
Tyranitar, yeah.
God, I once Bellows becomes a Pupitar, shit's gonna be weird. Gonna have this. Pupitar. All right.
What if I become? Where did my arms go?
Just calm down, Bellows. Calm down.
What have you made me into?
I didn't do shit. I didn't rig shit. This is
your genetics, bitch.
Don't be. Fuck. What's the? God, I think wasn't it an X and a Y? It's like that. Crepe? Yeah, don't be crepe shaped then, idiot. He's mad. Bellows Pupitar is mad for holding him like a crepe. Don't be crepe shaped, idiot.
That's great.
But yeah, so that's just Burke's kind of introducing Bellows to like the campfire kind of camaraderie, sit down, eat food, and be safe, and not having to like forage for food and eating scraps. And
yeah, this is definitely a unique experience for Bellows. This is the first time that he's had food provided to him since his parents passed, and so like having the chance to just like sit there and just have food given to you is so bizarre to him, but he's not gonna turn it down. And so like he very like graciously takes the small bowl and kind of like sets it in his lap, then looks back at you for like extra confirmation before like starting to like eat it.
Yeah, Perk gives a hearty nod and kind of like go on.
he burns his tongue because he's not
Oh, no.
Pokemon don't cook food, so just
Oh no.
hot. So the brief moment is just like, the food has betrayed me.
Why do you eat food that pains you?
Fizzbert cracks.
Why
a
do you cook
beer.
food you cannot eat?
Why are you drinking poison? I don't know.
Holds a Coke up. I don't know.
I'd say yeah, Coke's pretty much poison, but
Yeah.
all right. I had another tangent, but I want to save it because I want to keep things going.
No, it's fine.
I was gonna say, what would they use for the branding of a beer in Pokemon? What Pokemon would be? I feel like Slacking. I feel like Slacking would be on a beer can.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Or Snorlax beer.
Mhm.
No, they'd put Slacking on there because remember, like, you know how they advertise beer all the time as like an NFL and shit like that, like, oh, tough manly man.
Yeah.
What if it was like Machamp or something? Machamp.
Oh, definitely Machamp.
Oh, that
It's
for
like
sure
it's
too.
like those Japanese commercials, like the Japanese guy on the beach going, "Come on, Jatamai, Jatamai."
Mhm.
Sorry, I love that commercial so much.
I could see a beer company be called Tampier or Tampiers, and it's like Coors, where it's just the mountain range, and it's the Tampier mountain range that splits the two.
Wait, Coronet Light?
No, because we already have Coronet Dew. We can't have Coronet Dew and Coronet Light.
I didn't know about Coronet too. Did we? Was that a joke?
Yeah,
we
that
made
was
earlier?
back in the
We
first
joked about once,
episode
yeah.
of.
Oh shit! Holy.
You went to go get sodas. Like, yeah, there's Coronet Dew. There was Rock and Rolla Cola.
Oh, that's right.
And Sprite, and then
And a heat tap.
That's right. We did just call it Sprite.
I'm glad I got a second joke out of that. That makes me feel good. But yeah, Coronet Dew is absolutely a thing that is in this game, 100%. But yeah, Bellows is trying to adapt to a social like atmosphere as much as he can. Like, he's not being like definitely not hostile or anything. It's just strange to him. So it's more of like this is an interesting life that you all lead that I am now a part of. This is okay. And so like a good like after like he's like finished his bowl and like whenever anyone's not looking, he licks the bowl to make sure that there's everything out of it, and then kind of like politely like sets it down between his legs, and then like 5 minutes later he's full on asleep, head against your like calf, just
Burke's gonna
just full
gently.
asleep.
I forget how much. I gotta check how much a Larvitar weighs, because it is heavy. Hold on, let me see. 159 pounds. Oh my god. Yeah, Larvitar is 159 pounds.
It's a rock.
I guess they're made of pure rock, but holy shit. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
And any EU or outside, well, anyway, that's not crazy. It's 72 kilos.
Why is my health at 12?
Because you played Poggers. You
Oh,
cap your
cool.
health.
Oh no!
Cool. Can I have that back, please? Funny joke. Okay.
Bit over, please, Papa. Please.
I was wondering if you'd ever notice it, so I did that.
Yeah, I
like,
just
as
glanced
soon as
at
you did,
it.
I was like, I'm just gonna go ahead and quietly reduce this to 12, and we're gonna carry on like nothing
Dang.
happened. But yeah, like it's definitely like you like Burke, you go into like kind of like lean down and like gently pick Bellows up, and you wrap your arms around him and you lift, and he doesn't budge. Like, what? And so it takes like a couple tugs to realize, to gauge how much Larvitar, like how much Bellows actually weighs, before you finally manage to, like, you can pick him up. It's just way more of a challenge than you were expecting. And yet he sleeps like a rock. Doesn't budge at all.
Burke's not gonna baby cradle Bellows because that's way too fucking heavy. That's ridiculous. Like Burke loves his babies, but 159 pounds is a little too much to ask to cradle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, could you cradle my cannonball for like a little bit? So he's just gonna shuffle Bellows to like rest, like kind of more securely close to Burke. And then Burke's also going to glance over to Cranberry, who I assume is like face down in her soup. And you would assume she's drowning, but she's not. She's just doing a face. She's just face submerged and then goes, ah! Like a real sloth. And just a little nostril snort, like a. Because I picture like a slack off would snort a little bit sometimes because that pig snout, and kind of just I just picture Cranberry looks over at Burke and gives a smile and then goes back to face first in the soup.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, what do you do with Bellows after you've lifted him up? Where do you take Bellows?
I'm gonna let Bellows like rest. I'm sure Burke's probably sitting with his like legs straight out. He's probably gonna let Bellows like rest on his leg, like slightly. Probably like that little cone part of the head, like a little like the. Probably let that rest, not the whole body. I assume that.
Putting 150 pounds on your leg, it's fine.
Have Bellows walk on my back and give me chiropractor. Give me
my little chiropractor. Yeah, that's cute. To say the very least, as he's like Bellows just full on like head on thigh or spike on thigh, I guess, and it's just out. Probably the comfiest like sleep Bellows has had in a long time. Cranberry falls asleep in soup.
Oh no! Burke's gonna like have to lean over and start toweling off her face and then like checking for a pulse. But
completely
the thing is with Cranberry
through it. That's what makes you
but the thing is,
pulse. You pull it out and you wipe her face. There's no reaction.
The funny thing about checking for a pulse too is like I'm sure how lazy it is. Like you have to wait, get a single heartbeat. Okay, there it is. After like a minute and a half of waiting.
I think that's the thing. Like, aren't sloths like heartbeats really slow?
I would honestly believe it.
83 beats per minute.
That's pretty average.
Pretty, okay, that's pretty average. I just picture Cranberry as a special case of the soup was so good, almost went into cardiac arrest. That's Cranberry's way of saying the soup is bussin'.
Okay, so they can shoot. Okay, so sloths can kind of slow their metabolism down to reduce heart rate to 1/3 of its normal speed.
Holy shit!
It can also hold its breath for 40 minutes. So suck on that, like alligators or whatever.
Fucking Cranberry go for a dip. Sit at the bottom of the ocean, just like looking around like.
That's why she fell asleep in the soup. Is that she was just held her breath and fell asleep. So she's just out. But yeah, Cranberry is also just kind of like just laying face down, just sprawled, just. But yeah, anyone else want to do anything? As now like evening, it's like the orange has turned to like that purple and onto like that like light navy blue, and it's starting to turn on to like dark blue into the blacks of night. I think to about 10 p.m. Alrighty, then
not really, nothing.
I can assume the gamers are. Yeah.
Alright.
The gamers are good.
So then,
I'll offer to take first watch though.
Alrighty, then you're up first. Who you taking watch with?
Yeah, like Pokemon wise.
Yeah.
I actually am not doing anything with anyone yet.
Okay.
I'll just be alone right now. I'll leave the three Pokemon I was hanging with earlier just asleep in the tent, but I'm not like watching with anyone yet.
Okay, that's fine. Well, first off, is there anything you'd like to do while you're alone on your first watch?
Yeah. So I actually, since the fire's still going, I assume we kind of left the soup near it to stay warm in case anyone wants soup in the morning.
Yeah, you probably put a lid on
but,
it. Hide something around it to make sure it didn't come off.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab my bowl and a spoon and get another bowl of soup. And I'm gonna like walk away from camp, not like far that I can't see it, but just like over to the tree line basically.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna call Onimaru.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You pop off the sides of the latches on the sides of the lid that are Ursaring proof. Fill yourself a nice bowl of soup. Latch it back on.
Ursaring comes by like, what the fuck,
man? Hey, boo boo. Anyway. Okay. But yeah, you leave camp, get I'd say about 50 feet away. And your tattoo kind of peels itself off your arm and slowly emerges from your palm. Onimaru.
Well, I've just got the bowl in hand, but I'm gonna just talk to her for a little bit. Apologies. I know it's been a few days since I've spoken to you, but we've had quite the last few days.
It has been eventful. I've been passively observing.
I'm gonna hold the bowl up to Onimaru. I know that ghosts don't necessarily need to eat, but I understand that they can. Would you like some?
That brings up the question. I know that like it looks like it has a mouth whenever it's sheathed, but does Honedge actually have a mouth?
No, it does not. It certainly does not.
So.
But I was assuming that there was just some kind of way to absorb the food as energy, because why else would we be able to dunk like a berry into Sylvie for it to consume?
Mm-hmm.
I assume if you really wanted to, you could just use that as a makeshift mouth for now, where it just like pours the soup into the slot of its sheath that looks like its mouth.
you just pour it in the sleeve. Sheath. I'm curious, like whenever
I assume it just vaporizes into her soul or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess because I know that like in like the some Pokemon games you can you do that little camping thing you can feed them.
Oh yeah, Pokemon Me.
So does it just make a motion in front of it and it just disappears, or?
Well, they all have some kind of eating animation, and I assume Honedge just like holds the sash out like a hand and just like looks like it's chomping it so it can eat somehow. Wait, hang on, I've got a Pokemon Me video of Honedge right now. Yep, petting it.
Petting it.
There's a Pokepuff. Yeah, it just eats where its sheath mouth is, not shield. It just eats a Pokepuff right where the mouth is. Okay.
I should never click images for anything.
Nope.
Nope.
I know that this is that whoever
mistake.
made this did it to take the piss out of it, but that doesn't mean you have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Because
it's probably a
Go ahead.
It's probably a Xenoblade fan. Sword titties.
Oh no! I wish it was sword titties. No, instead it's inflation art, but it's the sword itself.
Oh.
So it's just
No,
the
no,
blade bulged out.
It's
Like,
no more.
I get that that's
No,
that you're doing that as a joke, but like you could just not do that. You could just not. You could just not make the joke, and save everyone from having that on like just one slight scroll down from.
But it's ironic, dude. It's so funny. It's a joke, dude. I'm ironically drawing this. Why are you shading it? It's ironic. Why are you rendering it? It's ironic. Stop.
You're posting it for your Patreon supporters. Stop.
You are charging people per drawing. Why are you charging people for this art? Bunch of fucking bullshit.
But yeah, so you like offer this up, and Onimari kind of like with the sash like delicately like you see her kind of like reach forward, but instead of like reach for like how you like an old person would like kind of grab this side, since you have your hand on the bottom, her hand like goes underneath yours and then phases through your hand to kind of lift it out of your hand and then pulls it over to herself, and kind of like holds it in front of her and says, "I haven't eaten in this form. I don't know how this works."
You might know better than I.
She's just staring at it. She just stares more intensely at it.
Does anywhere in this body feel like a mouth?
Oddly, all of me and none of me. And you know that like she speaks to you telepathically, so she's not like vocalizing.
Mm-hmm.
There's no mouth to speak or anything. I feel that this body is not inherently designed for that.
Swords usually aren't.
Yeah. And so she's kind of like focusing on this this food, and like after like a few moments of just kind of like holding it there, like the bowl starts kind of like glowing a faint purple, and like very slowly the level of the soup starts draining a bit.
Neat.
And like over like maybe like a minute and a half, the bowl is finally like emptied before she kind of like, "That was strange. I couldn't taste it."
Oh, good.
But it felt good? Odd.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it then.
I feel like the human part of me enjoyed that more than the other part. Chad like does the same thing, but in the reverse of like lowering it through your hand so it's placed back in your hand.
Well, how have you been doing with your memories? Has anything popped up? Did you drop something?
Yeah, I was gonna roll my dice and I dropped it, so I had to go pick it up and then rolling it again.
Oops.
Yeah, she's what have you told her, by the way, as far as like any information that you found or gathered?
I mean, I've relayed everything to her that I think I've relayed everything to her that I've learned so far.
Okay. Says it's still foggy, but the time spent with you, the information you've found, and frankly the life force that this form of me has siphoned from you has slowly been rejuvenating me. Looking for my old notes. Give me a second. There it is.
Keep the curtain up. Don't pull the curtain back. Keep the curtain up.
I couldn't think of anything else to say while I was vamping.
Say pee pee poo poo fart butt. There you go. Bought your time. The swords. The sword says that. My vision's cloudy. Pee pee poo poo fart butt. What?
Don't look into it. It's fine. Yeah, she tells you that that specifically the information that you found about the actual names of the two provinces and how they weren't two halves of the same country. They were at one point, the southern province was an independent nation that the northern nation took over and conquered. Seems to be kind of spurring on more of her memories because she was not a revolutionary fighter. She was just fighting for the independence of her own home that was being invaded. So she's been kind of like thinking through that and trying to reconnect dots and build this kind of rewritten history back up in her own mind. And so she spends a little while kind of just talking to you about that, kind of bouncing, not necessarily ideas off of you, but like thoughts about what could have happened and why, like, because while she has questions about her own past, she also has questions about your current present because she's been disconnected from it for so long. So she asks you stuff about like why, like just kind of hypothetical questions of why so many things have changed, why this history seems to be hidden, stuff like that. And so that seems to be kind of what she's dwelling on at the moment. But as far as any specific memories that she might have back, she explains, I feel like I can see faces, no names, but faces. People that I either served with or against.
These faces, do you think either of the names that I found match them? I think they were Elithana Copwin and Damius Kenwell.
Perhaps. I think. Go ahead and give me a history check on your end.
Okay. I'm gonna roll inspiration on that one.
Go for it. Yeah, excellent choice for it. Yeah,
use my inspiration. There we go.
Yeah, going from a natural 1 to a natural 19 is a significant improvement.
Glad I did not waste that.
Yeah, straight to a 23. Yeah, with your kind of with what you've heard and saying those names and having this kind of on hand, she actually says that it tells you that first name seems familiar to me, but not in a way that a friend's name sparks familiarity. Feels more personal than that.
Perhaps an enemy or a rival?
Perhaps? That second name sparks a feeling of anger. The first does not.
Maybe an enemy soldier then.
Perhaps. If you can find a way to put a face to those names, that would help. That would help a lot, I think.
I still have quite a lot of this history book to read through that I found in that old mansion. I'll see if it has anything else.
I hope it does. I feel we're close to something.
Anyway, I should head back to camp. Would you like to stay watch with me?
I would be honored.
Very well. And I'll head back to camp.
Yeah, she floats alongside you.
Spend my time tonight with Onimaru.
Alright. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Boogie.
Nice, 12. The only thing of note that happens for the rest of your watch, like well, two things of note happened. As far as externally from watching the camp, the only thing of slight note is that the scent of the soup does attract like a why can't I think of the Pokemon? Brain, don't fail me now.
Is it what type?
Give me a second. Let me check.
Is it a bird? Is it a varmint? Is it a
It's not a varmint.
yeah, like a
rodent?
varmint? You know, something you go, little varmint.
Go on, get.
Go on, get out. That's not your soup. Get out of here.
Why are you talking about me? I'm minding my business.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the smell of the soup has attracted you actually know this because you have one, a Growlithe into the camp as just like sniffing along the ground into camp, not even aware that there are people around, is just smelling cooked meat, and it just like nose to ground sniffing, gets about 5 feet away from the pot before it like finally looks up at it and then looks around and sees that it's now in the middle of this camp and just like freezes like and looks over at you, the only person who's awake, just slowly starts backing away back out of the camp, just and back into the bushes.
Bye.
Just it smelled food, and then the food was occupied. Just bye. So that's the only thing of note that happens externally, but the other thing of note happens of Onimaru, like after like an hour of sitting there in like not an hour, but like after like 15 minutes of sitting there in silence, Onimaru tries her best to provide small talk that she is not good at because she's just silent. She's just, do people still discuss the weather when it's awkward or boring?
Sometimes there isn't really much for weather right now. It's just clear skies.
The sword rotates slightly upwards to look at the sky. You are correct. It's normal day. And it goes back to silence.
I do want to say that I'm like reading the history book that I still have, that I said I would still try to read through. So
Yeah.
I will make like a history check later, but
Yeah,
if I learned anything new. But I do like close the book halfway with like my finger still in it for a moment. I know you've been trying to remember people, but do you remember anything about your life, like where you grew up?
Yeah, she's doing really good today.
Ooh, good. Finally,
Yeah.
some answers.
It was a 19 earlier, and it's a 19 again. She kind of thinks for a moment and tries to like recall where she might be from. And she says, I think I'm from the town that I died protecting. It's my home.
Protecting? You mean Amber Range?
Perhaps the name might have changed over time. But I know that it meant a lot to me when I died. Is all I was thinking of.
Do you remember if you had a family there?
I think so. I know that I think my parents were still alive at the time. I think there's someone else. But that face is more blurry. I don't imagine that anything good happened to them after I passed. After I was killed.
I imagine being out here isn't too much different than how your world used to be. But we'll be arriving in a large city soon. I know that the world has changed a lot since you were alive, but I'll do my best to guide you through it.
I appreciate that. I don't know what has changed throughout the world. That bridge was what I could see from the bridge was all I could take in. It was like the world stood still for a long, long time. I'm excited to see what's changed. I'm also afraid to see what's changed.
Just then I perk up a little bit as I get an idea. Actually, if you wouldn't mind staying out and getting some fresh air tomorrow while we travel, we might be heading to someone who might just remind you of your time when you were alive.
You can see that that the sword just kind of like perks up and kind of floating a little bit higher next to you, and just curious. I like that. I'm interested.
According to Charlotte, there seems to be someone in this forest that makes Pokeballs from Apricorns still. There is a master in my home region of Johto who's well known for being one of the only people alive who still knows how to. But sure enough, she has Apricorn balls that look like they were made by a professional.
Fascinating.
We're planning on going to see her tomorrow. Or see them, sorry, I don't know it's a her. Charlotte does, but I don't. Dramatic irony, I guess. That's not really ironic, but we're going to go see them tomorrow. Perhaps being in that kind of setting would jog some kind of memory of home.
I hope so. I'd like to see at least something familiar. I'm sorry that the more undesirable aspects of myself have burdened you.
Well, I won't lie and say that I'm fine with it, but I did make you a promise first and foremost, and I intend to keep it. And as long as we keep training together, you'll get stronger and you can help me with my path.
Certainly hope so. I want to help you too.
And scene. That's all I got.
All right. So who will be taking second watch? Or who do you wake up to take second watch?
I will wake up. I'll wake up Charlotte.
Alrighty, Charlotte, you're up.
Dancing
All
with
right.
death. Dancing with death here.
This better be good.
All right. Wait, hold on. I have an idea. Just for me. So Ryu wakes Charlotte up. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, you caught her in a good mood. So,
would you roll for that?
Yeah, if I said 15 or lower is gonna be okay. But if you got a high roll, I was gonna switch it up and be like, oh, she fucking hates you. Yeah, she's all right. So she gets up and she's not happy about being woken up, but she's responsive. So yeah, she rolls out of her sleeping bag. She's gonna take Archimedes out of his ball. And she's gonna hang out with him.
All right. Yeah, Archimedes is quite literally a night owl, so He is at home here. Kind of as soon as he's out, he kind of like he like hits the ground and immediately like flutters up and like perches on your shoulder. Which with your jacket on, you feel none of the talons kind of like that would be pressing into your shoulder. And yeah, he perches there, kind of like scans around, full 360-degree turn, and return back to normal, and looks like at your face, like this far from your face, just
Hi. And so she's gonna kind of pet him, I guess, and just kind of keep watch.
excuse me. Yeah,
Not really saying much, just kind of being awake, trying to stay awake.
Yeah, Archimedes will gladly keep watch with you and be pretty dang vigilant. He enjoys kind of like, you tell like as you're sitting, like he's very like, his just like his head is like rotating at like a set speed, like almost like a turret, just back and forth scanning the tree line around you. Like you feel like this is something that he takes pride in, of like knowing his area, knowing what's in his area, and knowing what's moving and what isn't, and what's supposed to be here and what's not supposed to be here. And so he is on this. So go and give me a perception check with advantage because Archimedes is here.
For Archimedes or on Charlotte's sheet?
Whichever you'd prefer.
Okay.
Woo!
All right.
20, a dirty 20. Nice. So yeah, you as you're kind of like sitting there for a while, you see that like that after a short bit, about, it's now getting close because like Ryu took, because there's 5 years. I'm so bad at figuring out how long watches are, because you each need 8 hours of sleep for a long rest. And if you each watch for like 2 hours, it's 10. Yeah. So you each have a 2-hour long rest, because that'd be 10 hours. That gives each person 8 hours of sleep, right? Did I do that math right? Whatever.
I'm not good at
I'll be
numbers,
honest
so.
with you, I was not paying attention.
I thought you were thinking
course.
out loud. If I thought you were sorry. Bro, math my worst subject, bro. I'm sorry.
No, you got a room full of people who aren't good at math, my man. I'm sorry.
Numbers.
Rat, you're good with math.
I got a career in journalism, so I didn't have to deal with numbers.
Fair.
I'm just gonna pretend what you said was right.
Sounds good to me. So about halfway through your watch, you see that like from the pit off to your to the east of camp, like that your camp next to this big pit that has the water at the bottom, 3 waterfalls flowing into it. A swarm of Zubats just emerge like in a cloud out from the pit, and just scatter out into the night and swoop out over down the cliff and out over the forest, beginning their nightly hunt. And so like for a brief moment it kind of startles you with just this cacophonous noise of hundreds of wing beats just and one motion just out. But none of them seem hostile to you. They're hunting for their own foods. But it's definitely a moment of, oh shit, as just a good like 30 to 40 Zubats just scatter out of this hole.
Oh shit. Okay, so Charlotte's definitely gonna be kind of startled by that and like kind of squeeze onto Archimedes maybe a little bit too tight.
He's conveniently ball shaped. So
yes.
Very squeezable.
He's a round sun, so yeah. So she's gonna briefly like squeeze onto him a little too tightly, and then she's gonna like calm herself down and be like, "Oh, all right," and just kind of mumbling to herself, thinking to herself, calming down. She's fine.
Yeah, it is a sight to behold. It's like a cloud of like black shapes just emerged in like a solid like cloud of like smoke just out of the cave over like about 10 feet over your head, and then down the cliffside that you all climbed up. Like the cloud of Zubats itself was made out of water. It just flowed over everything. And you can even
would she? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go for it.
Would she be able to take a picture, or would it just kind of look like a black blob in the camera?
You can certainly try. Go ahead. Go ahead and make a you know, let's just roll a d20.
Okay.
I can say sleight of hand, but I'm not sure if that's a thing. Is that still a thing in 5th edition?
Yeah,
or is
it
that
is.
Not?
Yeah.
I could see that. I would say either sleight of hand or just a flat d20 roll, whichever you prefer. All right. Nice, 17. Yeah, you like as you see it coming over, you like instinctively like grab and pull Archimedes close, but as you realize like, oh wait, these are creatures, I could scan it. You pull your Pokedex out in like a snap, and just like as quickly as you can, just take a bunch of rapid fire pictures of this cloud moving past. And with enough pictures taken, the Pokedex kind of like consolidates them and like scans enough of them to like understand that this is what this creature is. And so the picture you get is actually of like it's almost like a collage of several frames of like dozens of Zubats mid-flight, and you actually do get a entry off of it.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Zubat, the bat Pokemon. Zubat avoids sunlight because exposure causes it to become unhealthy. During the daytime, it stays in caves or under the eaves of old houses, sleeping while hanging upside down. While living in pitch-black caverns, their eyes gradually grew shut and deprived them of vision. They use ultrasonic waves to detect obstacles.
And that is what you hear. Yeah. And so yeah, you can see in the picture they just don't have eyes, just this large mouth, wide open.
That is terrifying.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite the terrifying sight, though the Pokedex does tell you that despite the fangs, they primarily eat fruit. There's like a little section of like because like aside from like just the entry that it reads off to you, there is like habitat and like diet, and under diet it says primarily fruits, some insects.
Oh, I actually don't know if this will affect anyone who's a light sleeper. So Charlotte's gonna kind of look around because she's noticing everyone's Pokedexes kind of light up in their tents. She did not mean to do that.
Does anyone sleep with their Pokedex on with the noise, or do you keep it on like a silent mode?
I'm sure that Ryu does not understand this Pokedex well enough to know to do that. He thinks there is. He doesn't think to check things like that before he goes to sleep. So it definitely like bloops, and he's definitely aware enough to like crack an eye and see what's up, and then just go back to sleep. Yeah.
I want to see if Burke wakes up through it, because Burke definitely didn't. Burke's like got some tech stuff, but I could assume he's like, ever since he probably made that phone call in a rush to call them, he forgot to turn his ringtone because he wanted to make sure. Let's see how
oh shit, I forgot I muted myself on stream so they couldn't hear me.
Oops. Oh crap.
Oops. It's fine. They didn't miss anything of importance. They just missed that the Pokedexes have information of like their habitats and their diets, and despite Charlotte being initially like concerned because of the fangs. The Pokedex informs her that they eat primarily fruit and bugs, and some bugs. So
yeah, I accidentally rolled to you, Geeky, as well for the save.
That's fine. Rolled 11.
I rolled 11.
Which is above average, so I'll let you interpret that as you wish. As I
It probably
also
just makes him
explained.
stir in his sleep.
Yeah, Burke.
No.
Samuel is Ryu, probably, where he's like, what is it? No, okay.
Yeah.
So how about
Probably one of those like, oh, who's texting me at 3 a.m? Mom, what are you doing up? Go back to bed.
leave me alone.
I already finished trainer school.
So how about Madeline and Prisma?
I'm gonna say Madeline's probably tossing in a light sleep as is, so she probably gets just like woken up by that, and she goes and checks. She's like, oh, it's just an entry, and then she's like, well, fuck it, I might as well go take a piss.
All right. So yeah, Charlotte, you see Madeline kind of wander out of the tent groggily.
Yeah.
Charlotte's like trying to avoid eye contact because she's secretly like, oh god, I woke her up and she's probably gonna be really pissed.
Yes.
No, in a sense of the word.
Yeah. So Charlotte's gonna avoid eye contact unless like Madeline deliberately like engages with her.
Madeline just gives you the like eyes like half open, like still half asleep, just like an acknowledgement nod.
Charlotte raises her hand like halfway and gives like a sort of wave, but not really.
Oh no.
And she doesn't look angry at you. She just looks like out of it.
Mm-hmm.
You see her stumble over somewhere and just like fully stanced up, taking a piss.
Charlotte respects her privacy and does not engage further.
Thanks.
Yo, what you doing over there?
Pissing.
So how about Prisma in this?
You're making bacon over there, dude?
Piss loud as fuck.
Yeah, we find chicken in there. For real though, you piss loud as fuck, and I think that's pretty cool.
Gross. But yeah, Prisma, how do you react to your Pokedex going off? Does it make a noise? Does it just vibrate? Is it just one of those annoying flashy things that people do whenever your notifications make your flashlight go off?
I don't understand how people do that.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. There were people in high school that did that because I don't know if they thought it was more subtle than the vibration. Like, no, you're fucking flashing the bottom side of your desk. That's way more noticeable than just a whatever.
Exactly.
Anyway.
She already kind of has like her Dex phone thing in her hand. She's lying on her side. She just doesn't react to it.
Sounds good to me. Anything else Madeline wants to do after she's taken up? Yes. Solid.
No,
Yes.
she's still like 50%. There's still like a solid 50-50 chance she's just returns to sleep at any moment. So she's just gonna turn around and walk back to the tent. And unless like Charlotte does anything to catch her attention, she's just like point A to point B. Like, I gotta get back in my sleeping bag.
Yeah, no, Charlotte doesn't engage at all.
There. Then Madeline returns to sleep. One bladder less 1 bladder's worth of piss less than she was before. But
What the fuck is a bladder? It's in the balls.
Yeah, dumbass.
Sorry, I don't know how
Yeah, we
balls
learned
work.
that in like first grade.
You ever hear anyone walk up to you and go, "Hey, fat nuts you got there?" And you're like, "Yeah, man, I got pissed so bad."
Why would
Screw
you say
myself.
that to me? Why would you say that to me? Why? The fuck would you say that to me? I hate you.
Hate's
I
a
hate
strong
this.
word.
Yeah,
Hate's so much.
it is.
Not
It is a
strong enough, to be frank.
strong feeling too.
As you're sitting there, and like everything kind of returns back to normal as silence falls over the camp again. Madeline's slightly snoring. You're pretty confident no one's upsetting you for potentially waking them up or not. With that high perception roll, you actually do hear some noise in the tree line. Kind of like it's like some slight like bush rustling, maybe like a couple twigs snapping.
Okay. I'm just gonna make a mental note of that and leave it be.
Who would you like to wake up for next watch?
Alright. Charlotte's gonna go for Burke's tent.
All right.
Have fun
Okay.
trying, but good luck.
I assume Burke also put his Pokemon away, because just after he fed them, because he's not gonna accidentally roll into Bellows in his sleep and then, oops.
Kill him.
Squish.
Well, I'd probably like fracture if he like rolled too quick. He'd probably like crack a rib or something.
Yeah. Or if you're one of the people who like kicks in your sleep, you just kick a fucking rock. Ah!
Yeah, I don't know any of those people who definitely I'm not currently staying with. I have a bruise on my shin.
You get a staple gun and just staple the blanket around Brett.
Make
Just
a
getting these
burrito.
nightmares. He literally like very comically yelled in his sleep the other day when I was having a nightmare. He's just like, no, and I was like, bro, wake up. Like, what is happening?
Notice talked to me in his sleep before too.
Yeah, Grace has slapped me full open hand in
Okay,
hers.
no, I took way too much NyQuil one time and I smacked him in the face in my sleep.
I didn't, dude. The funniest part is I didn't even realize, like, it just like happened and it woke me up, but I didn't even like think about it. And then I woke up the next morning and I was like, Grace, did you like fucking really hard slap me last night?
You hit me.
You hit me.
You hit me.
So is it like a thing of like you rolled over and your hand just like went like landed on it, or was it like a full like
No,
whoop-ah?
No, it wasn't deliberate. I would remember it
She
vividly.
slapped
I was
me and pulled her hand away.
I have like common nightmares, and I was having another nightmare where like I was being kidnapped, and so I was fully attacking him. Yeah.
Funny.
Yeah, this
It
is
wasn't.
subliminal
And
shit
the worst
happening
part
there.
was I like came to consciousness. I like woke up somewhat, like halfway through the movement. So by the time I realized, oh my god, I'm about to slap Dakota, it was already too late. I had committed.
It didn't like
Nothing I can do
hurt
about
or anything. I was too unconscious for like it to register if it hurt or not. So
He
it just
was
like
dead
happened,
asleep.
and I woke up and I was like, "That's funny." I was worried that I was like snoring too loud, and she slapped me.
No.
Shut the fuck up!
God, I've had to shake
That
Brett awake
is-
for him snoring too loud sometimes. I'm like, bro,
Yeah.
you gotta stop. I know you can't help it, but bro, you gotta shut the
I
fuck
know I
up.
cannot sleep. Help me.
I'm sorry, that's legitimately one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Just
No, it's great. It's great.
It's like those
Uh.
videos of like the two animal, like the monkey with the dog. No, with the No, it's a monkey with a cougar. He's petting it, and then it and then it gets mad and it growls, and he just slaps it on the head.
shut the fuck up.
But yeah, so Charlotte's walking over to wake up Burke.
I'll be right back.
That's what it sounds like.
I'd assume Burke would just wake up to a shake. He's not too deep
Yeah.
in sleep. He's still a little alert.
Alrighty. So you bringing anyone specific out to watch, or are you going alone?
Oh, I was wondering how Charlotte was gonna wake up.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, she would kind of bust into the tent basically, and just kind of.
Berg's probably like, even though it's like intruding, he's like, "Oh, hey, hey, Charlotte."
She would kind of stop, like realizing she's been caught, because she was like mentally preparing herself to have to like shove him awake. Oh, hey, I didn't wake you up earlier, did I?
It's never too early to wake up when we're on the road.
Check your Pokedex. I took that picture. I want you to see it.
And he pulls out his Pokedex and he's like, "Oh, hey, Zubat, I remember these things. I remember when I was younger, they really scared me, but now I'm kind of used to them."
There was a whole bunch of them that flew right over my head. I had to take a picture of it so I could show you.
Oh, you took these pictures?
Yeah.
Oh. That's not why you woke me up, is it?
She kind of laughs a little bit. No, I'm hoping you can take over for me.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And Bert kind of does a think, and he Bert's gonna bring out a kiwi.
Alright, cool. Charlotte's gonna go to bed.
Yeah, makes sense.
Bert's gonna.
Dude, wake up! Look at this sick picture I took. It's 5 a.m.
Bro, can you believe this shit? All right, peace out.
Yo, look at my
Go to
snap.
bed.
Yo, you see my Snapchat story?
Oh, look at my Snapchat. I sent you some TikToks. Watch some TikToks I sent you.
What?
Later, Charlotte. Later.
But yeah. So you bring out Kiwi. You step out of the tent. Charlotte shuffles over to her own tent. Dives in. But yeah, you what would you like to do for your break? Thank you. Watch.
Oh, good.
Wow.
I feel like Brooke's gonna pour water in a dish for Kiwi, because I know Kiwi subsides off of photosynthesis. I know there's no sun, but like, hey, technically, moonlight, the move, makes some healing moves work better. I don't know, but
Sure.
but I just give Kiwi some water to keep her hydrated, and basically just do basic like upkeep on like brush, like using a brush. 'Cause you know how like some turtles have like sensing in their shells. It's like essentially using a brush on Kiwi's shell.
Okay. Yeah.
And kind of overlooking the trees and looking at the moon.
Yeah. Kiwi will gladly drink some of the water. Definitely is enjoying the brush on its shell. Go and give me a perception check. See what you see.
Ask the wrong man for the job. Here we go. This one's public this time, and
13,
wow,
not bad.
Not too bad actually.
Bonkers.
Yeah, your night goes by pretty quietly actually. You see, like at some point Kiwi kind of gets bored and just kind of like curls up in your lap and goes back to sleep because nothing's happening. So Kiwi's just like, fuck this, I'm going back to sleep. And so you just have
Yeah, Burke was kind of like counting on Kiwi being the one not to fall asleep. But he's like, well, I guess I probably should have expected it, but...
and so you're just kind of like left alone in the night. And at first it's lonely, but after a few minutes just sitting there and like looking at the night sky and seeing all the stars and seeing the glow to the north, and at this point the column of smoke has petered out. And just seeing the like as this mostly full moon, it's like maybe 1 or 2 nights away from a full moon. Seeing like the forest just coated in this soft white light, it's beautiful, and it's a moment of just quiet reflection on your journey so far that you can kind of take for yourself. Just be a part of the world, the moment, and nature.
Bert kind of talks out loud. He's like, "Look where I am, Dad. Look how far I went. Just like you. Top of big, craggy hills and big adventures. You know, Dad, I wonder sometimes if you... wonder if you got as injured as I did. Hopefully I'm doing a good job, but hope I'm making you proud, Dad." Bert kind of goes back to sitting in silence. Jeez, that monologue almost sounded like a post-mortem, even though his dad's still alive.
Yeah, what the fuck?
He's like, son, you could just text me.
Well, it is
I
like
can
4.
almost hear his voice.
Stop telling people I'm dead.
I'm right here. But yeah, you kind of like take this moment of just being by yourself, and then like, because as nice as it is to be with people that you trust and that support you and like are there with you, them being around constantly doesn't allow you to have much time just for yourself to just be with your own thoughts, be with your own, just have you time. And so you're kind of taking advantage of just being able to sit there, think, and just exist. And the hours just bleed away like nothing as you're sitting there. Go ahead and roll me a wisdom check. Just flat wisdom.
Okay. Okay, looks like I got a +1 in that, so it's just gonna be I'll just do a d20 +1.
You can also always just click your wisdom, the word wisdom.
Oh,
in your source. Nothing happens. Nothing bad happens or anything. It's just a pleasant night. You can see that as because you're at this point between the two rests, the two watch that have happened before this, it's now about 2 o'clock in the morning now as your watch is coming near to an end.
Went to bed early, no, by God.
Because it started at 10, so 10 to 12, 12 to 2. So no, be close to 4 a.m. actually is when your watch would be ending. Kiwi sleeps through a good 2/3 of it. Probably made it about 45 minutes in and then just went to sleep. But yeah, your watch goes by completely uneventfully. Just a pleasant night to yourself.
Nice little peaceful. All right.
And for that little thing with your dad, inspiration. It's cute. I like that.
Thank you.
So who are you waking up next? Madeline and Prisma.
That is the $1 million question.
How would you like to die today?
Which one you like to throw a rock at and then hide?
You know, Burke hasn't talked to Prisma. He talked to Madam Punny earlier, and he's gonna kind of shuffle over with Kiwi. And Burke kind of just standing in front of the tent, and he's making a noticeable amount of sound, shuffling around, pacing in place, trying to think how to wake her up while trying to think. But he's like, he goes, he kind of whispered how she goes, Prisma. Well, that's kind of loud, actually. Oops.
Yeah, what's up?
Could you take watch? It's the last one. This is the last watch, right? This is.
No, this would be the second to last watch.
Oh god. I'm rolling with it. Burke stumbles. I mean, second to last watch. Do you want to be the last watch, or do you want to be this one?
I don't mind taking it now.
Okay, thank you. I gotta bring Kiwi back to bed. Thank you.
Get some rest.
Back to the Bidoof tent Burke goes.
Alright, you slide back into your tent, Prisma, as you're getting up and like taking your spot on like the log that you kind of rolled over to sit on. That the group is rolled over to sit on. You see Madeline get out of the tent again and take another piss. It's the first time you've seen it for you, but just for her, it's her second time. But she'll eventually go back and stop.
Stop pissing so much.
Yep. Look, Madeline drinks a lot of water. It's part of her thing. But yeah,
she's dedicated.
You gotta drink it. You gotta swim in it. You gotta live it. She's trying to up her instead of like 75% of her body being water. She's trying to get it up to like 80%. It's a lot of work. But anyway, who are you bringing out for your watch?
I'm gonna have Minui out for my watch, just in my lap.
Alrighty. Minui will gladly take the watch with you. Kind of curled up in your lap. Just kind of like still keeping an eye out, but in a very comfy manner. Anything you'd like to do for your watch?
I just want to sit and kind of like just pet his fur so that he's comfortable, and just kind of like, like when you like have like a pet in your lap and you just stare at them and dissociate for a while.
Yep.
That's what she kind of does.
Alright, go and give me a perception check with disadvantage then, as you're kind of just focusing on Minui.
Second. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see. Let's go.
I will say with your thing,
nice.
you can re-roll natural ones.
I mean, I'll try. What is the perception? Yeah, okay.
8. But yeah,
I'm down with that.
you're so kind of focused and enraptured in Minui laying there. That you're just kind of like, you space out and like the world kind of falls away around you. You kind of just lose yourself in the moment. Huh? I thought someone said something. And yeah, like, you also realize as you're like, after a while, if you ever do check your phone, you realize that there's a new entry there, and so you can check the Zubat entry that Charlotte got earlier. But yeah, you're so kind of enwrapped in this. It isn't until a good like hour and 45 minutes pass. It's almost the end of your own watch when you hear kind of like the sound of like a.
Hello.
And you kind of like look up and you try and draw draw your attention to what this sound is, and you see that like you see on the ground about 5 feet away from you, probably about 8 feet away. We'll do 5. Is a bowl that has water in it. That seems to have been left behind by Burke, and it still has some water. It's about half full of water. And every about 20 or so seconds, like you're just staring at it, you're wondering, because like that's where the sound is coming from, and you're paying attention to it. And about 20 seconds pass before you see like a streak of like of something like just sail past you. Like you hear like another as something like kind of like, and you see the surface of the water just like ripple.
The fuck?
And then after a few moments, another blur of a dark shade, just another ripple from the water.
Minui, you see that, right?
He looks up at you and looks over at it. Another. Looks back up at you and nods.
The hell is that?
If you like, go and give me another perception check. Not disadvantage, just normal perception.
Oh gosh.
Ooh.
19. Excellent. You're focusing on it now, and you kind of like subtly adjust like yourself where you're facing, and you kind of like now that you're like you've had plenty of time to adjust like your night vision and stuff, and you're just kind of focusing on this. And you finally notice that like you kind of track the shape, and you realize that it's a Zubat who is like dive bombing into the water to get drinks. Just
Ew.
yeah, that's actually how bats drink, is they just dive bomb the water, slap the water, and just get a mouthful of water, and they circle around and come back and get it again.
Fucking bats! Why can't they just land and drink like a normal person?
Because it's cooler this way.
They're extra.
Yeah.
They got a schmooze, bro.
I found that out like a month or two last month, because I was at my grandma's pool late at night, and I just keep hearing this, and I realized there's a bat who was just dive bombing like 3 inches from my face, just into the water. And that's how they drink. They just
That's actually really cool.
bomb.
I've never been that close to a bat. I've always seen them like flying like 20 feet high.
Yeah, it was really cool just watching, because like I could just sunk in the water here. It's just my nose above, and I just like it was just like right on my head, just swooping in, grab a drink of water, go away, circle like once or twice, come back down, grab some water. It was just drinking out of the pool. It's cool. But yeah, so that's what
stinky up close.
but yeah, that's what you hear. That's what the noise is. Just like this Zubat just drinking out of this bowl of water. Just
all right, man.
And after a few minutes, like it like not a few minutes, like after like a minute and a half, there's so little water in the bowl now that like it goes back in and it clips the lip of the bowl, and the bowl just like flips and like spills the last like 20% of water onto the ground, and like you see the blur just kind of like freak out a bit as it like hit the side and just and just flies back off towards the woods.
Oh my god.
You feel like and it's gone.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah. And that's how your watch ends. One left. She who pisses twice. Madeline, twice pissed.
Trouble.
How does Prisma awaken Madeline?
She is she picks up Minwi, who probably is mostly asleep by this point.
Probably.
And oh my gosh. She just kind of like taps her fingers against the tent, like enough to make a noise, and she's like, hey, Matt, hey, Madeline, and she's gonna unzip the tent and just toss Minwi in there.
My parents have actually woken me up like that. They will bring.
Oh my god! I can't tell you how many times my dad
putting the dog
would
on
drop our small dog on me, or
yeah.
or coax our larger dog to crawl into my bed and walk all over me.
And the little dog goes like to your face, and it's like
the big one will sniff right into your ear with its wet ass nose.
I haven't heard that version of the song.
Shut up. No. I thought about it, and I want you to know I actively decided against it.
I did not.
Geeky, get out of here with that Whitney, Wisconsin ass joke.
Shut up. Oh.
Wow.
I'm so
remember
sad
that one?
that
Remember that one?
It's back in my brain now.
yeah, that that awful core memory you wish you never remembered.
I spent so long wiping that from my brain.
Shut up.
Yeah, Gator was always like a kid. Whenever you're like, whenever you were a kid and your mom were like, you can go wake your dad up. You're like, yeah, and so you go in and just cause chaos. That was what Gator would do. Like my parents just getting slightly hyped up, like, you ready? You ready? Be like, fuck yeah, I'm ready. And so they would just open the door, and in an instant he was on my bed, just full speed, just plowed into the bed, and just is great.
God.
Slight pain, but it was great. Just full force, pup, just. But anyway, but yeah, so you toss Minwi, which you had just said was also asleep, so you toss a sleeping fox into the tent. So Minwi wakes up halfway through the air, wondering, what the fuck? As just slammed into Madeline and is just a ball of chaos, claws, and panicked fur. Go ahead and roll a scratch attack for me.
What?
Yeah, roll the hit. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Roll the hit. Let's see. Please, God.
Oh,
that does not hit.
Good.
You toss Minwi in, and so Madeline, you're awoken as a Zorua just lands onto your chest and just in panic just starts freaking out and just spinning, and like it's not intentional. It's just like claws are just naturally are out, and so you can feel like if you weren't wearing a shirt, you would have gotten like a scratch over your chest, and it just kind of like started just like spinning, and it just like finally like pulls himself out of like the like off of you and out of your like sleeping bag, and just on the ground like, what the fuck just happened? And it's not looking at you, Madeline, just like,
Get your fucking dog, bitch!
how are you?
Oh, he don't bite.
You don't shape shift. Yes, I do.
Yes, I do.
Was that revenge? Is that revenge for the chaos of making us lose all our Pokemon?
That's for the time that I woke Prisma up by using a water gun. Madeline is sufficiently startled, and after she is able to get the dog to calm down, she just looks up and goes, "What? Why?"
I didn't think that's what he would do. I'm sorry.
You threw your dog at me, and you didn't think that's what he would do.
I don't know. I thought he would do something funny.
He did do
Okay,
something funny.
well,
Or that was out of character laughing. Burke is asleep. I can picture Burke going, oh no.
oh no.
Like a meerkat ducking their head down to stay out of sight.
Okay.
My jaw starting to hurt because I'm smiling so much.
But okay, that doesn't explain why. Why have you thrown him at me?
I wanted to wake you up for a watch, but you weren't waking up. And now that I think about it, if you don't want to do the watch, that's fair.
I'm awake now, so I'll do the watch.
Oh, okay, cool. I'm gonna go back to my tent with my
Madeline
dog
gets
now.
up, kind of like brushes herself off, brushes the Zorua hair off of her hoodie, and steps out, and just like looks Prisma in the eyes, like fully puts one hand on her shoulder, like reaches across, and is like, well, And then she slaps her across the face.
Oh, cool.
And then is like, that's just to even this out. Here's your dog. Go back to sleep.
What a mic drop phrase. Here's your dog.
Here's your dog.
Zoro was slightly upset with you as well. You just threw him. But also, Minwi's absolutely all for the pranks as well. So he's not really mad. He's just like, you could have warned me at least.
We could have planned that first.
We could have organized this.
Especially after these trainers are boring. Let's go on our own adventure. Probably in that moment is like, all right, maybe she's not as boring as I thought.
Yes.
Damn, shorty.
She also is made of mischief. But yeah, you two swap shifts. After
I will say,
wonderful time swapping. What's up?
I will say, as Prisma presumably goes off to head back to her tent, she gets like 90% of the way there. Madeline is just like sitting for a second, just intaking everything that just happened, and then she like gets up instinctively and runs over and is like, "Oh, I didn't hurt you, did I? I'm sorry. I apologize for that." She's like trying to like inspect to see if she like did any harm, and she's like, "You're fine, right?"
I'm fine. I'm gonna go to bed now, I think.
Okay. I just wanted to I got, Band-Aids and stuff if you needed one, but you're fine. Okay. Okay, good night.
Yeah.
She runs away.
This is the weirdest form of flirting I've ever heard. Yeah.
Look, it's not actual flirting if you don't come to blows at least once. Fully.
No, but I blow to come.
Shut
up.
Actual mouth.
Shut the hell your mouth.
Shut up.
So, Madeline, who are you taking on watch with you?
I'm gonna take Sylvie for the 30-foot dark vision.
Alrighty. So you got your cup of tea. So what's your goal for this watch?
Just kind of to keep the area on lock. For the most part, just make sure there's no major disturbances.
All right. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
All right. Character sheet. I realized this whole time I haven't had my character sheet open. My perception. I have a +6. Heyo. Let's go. That's a 14 + 6. That's a dirty 20.
Damn. All right. Pretty good. Yeah, you keep a pretty solid eye out on the night. The first thing of note that happens is that about 30 minutes into your watch, you can see that like that out of the woods, you see pop like through a bush ahead. You see a head pop out of a red, more like an orange colored canine. As a Growlithe pops its head out and like looks around, sees you, and then slowly slinks back into the bush.
I'll say when it pops out and looks at me, Madeline just kind of like cracks like a slight like corner of her mouth smile and like gives it a little wave.
It kind of like stops, like as the bush is now like just its face, and it's just its snout and like eyes. It just stares at you as you wave at it. Wow. and just slides further into the bush.
Oh yeah, with all the growlits I've seen over the past couple days, I forgot that these ones have visible eyes.
Indeed. It is a normal Growlithe, not a
for real.
Hisuian Growlithe.
Hisuian
Not no
forever.
still fluffy, just a different kind of fluffy.
Yeah.
But yeah, just kind of slinks back into the bush as it realizes that the camp is still being watched and it cannot access food at the moment.
No.
But it's waiting. It's waiting. For one of you is not gonna see it again. And so yeah, which about a little bit after that, you do notice that the pot that has the food on it does have like a couple slight scratches on one of the latches, which look, because you know one of your partners also has a Growlithe, which looks vaguely Growlithe claw shaped. So it seems like at some point during someone's watch, this Growlithe did get into camp and did attempt to open the pot, but since it's Ursa Ring proof, it couldn't actually open it, so it slank back, and so it's been kind of just watching again, waiting for another opportunity to go and mess with it again. So it's determined to get this pot open and wants that food. But yeah, your watch also goes by fairly uneventfully, because like compared to the forest, where the forest is dense and has plenty of Pokemon that live there, they could be of threats. Up here on this cliff, because it's so open, there's not as many places for larger Pokemon to hide or hunt in. It's also difficult for larger Pokemon to even get up here in the first place. So this place is filled with more smaller, more nimble Pokemon. There's still some danger up here, obviously. Namely the large spider that your Pokemon took care of the other day. Or yesterday. But there's nothing of like, there's no like threat of an Ursa Ring up here. There's no threat of larger Pokemon. So like, you're not really in any danger. It's more of just keeping an eye on making sure that nothing like steals anything or gets into anything. So your watch goes by relatively uneventfully as dawn starts to break about halfway through your watch.
Can I propose an idea and then you tell me whether or not
Absolutely.
it would work? All right, so I've got Sylvie helping me out with watch, but if like a time comes around where like nothing notable has happened in any significant amount of time, and I'm just kind of fairly certain that things are quiet around and things are going all right, would it be possible for me to let another Pokemon out, not for any tactical advantage or any like actual like mechanical purpose, but just to hang out?
Yeah, for sure.
So, all right.
Well, I had all four of my Pokemon out earlier.
Oh, okay. So Sylvie's out, helping me with the watch, but during the slow time, I reach in, I pop out a second Pokeball, and I go, hey Sylvie, I know you haven't, been part of the team for long, and you probably haven't had the chance to meet everybody. I've got another friend here that I think you would have a lot in common with, and I wanted to give you guys the chance to meet each other and hang out. And I pop open the ball, and Leona the Phantump pops out of the ball.
Another ghost Pokemon.
Yeah. And because Madeline's logic is like, okay, they're both like ghost types, and they're both, according to the knowledge she has accrued, formerly people. And she can tell from kind of like behaviors. She knows for sure from the Phantump entry, but from Sylvie's behavior, she can kind of gather that they're both kids. And so she's like, Sylvie, this is Leona, another friend of mine. Leona, this is Sylvie. I wanted you guys to get to meet and see how you guys get along. And I'm gonna go in for a second and like role play both of these Pokemon, if that's all right.
Oh, absolutely, go for it.
Okay. And they're gonna like talk to each other. This is like a chatting moment.
Yeah.
So Sylvie like kind of
Valley City, take a back seat.
All right. So yeah. Sylvie is a little hesitant at first and like backs up. But when they see a sort of familiarity in Leona and the way she's behaving, and they go, "Oh, hi there. We haven't met before. It's nice to meet you. Mom calls me Sylvie." And Leona's gonna sort of match that trepidation at first, but then upon being introduced, kind of like float in and be a bit more social. It's like, oh well, it's lovely to meet you too. I guess I'm Leona. I didn't always look like this, but I met up with the team a little while ago. And then they're gonna like spend a minute just like kind of not saying much and just like averting eye contact, very kind of like two kids whose parents are forcing them to meet each other kind of thing. And then Leona or Sylvie's gonna look up at Leona and go, well, do you wanna see a trick? I know how to do a trick. And Leona goes, oh sure, what do you got? And Sylvie goes, all right, look at this. This is really cool. I learned how to do this from my friends back where I came from. And then, you know that scene in Beauty and the Beast where Chip, the little teacup, is showing off to Belle, and he puffs his cheeks up and holds his breath and blows bubbles through the top of the cup, through the tea that's in the cup. Mm-hmm. Sylvie kind of, you see the little mouth close, and new sort of like stencils or like etchings appear on the cup to like at the corners of the mouth to show that like breath is being held. Mm-hmm. And you see them like apply a lot of pressure, like trying really hard to blow out their mouth but keeping it shut. And then the purple liquid in the top of Sylvie's cup just starts to bubble up in sort of like a potion cauldron kind of way, just bubbling up and over, and they're just like a kid would use a straw to blow bubbles in a drink, but Sylvie's doing it in their own head. And Leona
feel.
Well, I believe in Beauty and the Beast, it like tickles or something like that, or he laughs about it. He's like it's a funny feeling. But Sylvie goes, so yeah, I learned how to do that. It's pretty cool, right? And Leona goes, yeah, that's really funny. I got one to show you if you want. Sylvie goes, yeah, let's see. And Leona, you see her kind of focus and like hover really still for a second, and she does the thing that she did back in the like chess forest area when I first met her, where she makes her entire body invisible except for the two red eyes that you can see, and just kind of like floats around and makes flies all over, just leaving the eyes visible, and is like doing like loop-de-loops in the air and rocking back and forth and doing little air tricks, and then floats back down and becomes visible again. And Sylvie goes, "Whoa, you know what? I think you got me beat. That one's pretty good." Leona goes, "Thanks. I was working on it for a while just to not bother people that were coming through where I used to live." And Sylvie goes, "Well, I think that's pretty cool. I think you're pretty cool." And Sylvie goes, I think it would be really cool if we hung out more, we're friends." And Leona goes, "Yeah, it's been a while since I've had a friend. I mean, my person is kind of like a friend, but she also kind of takes care of me. She's kind of like a parent. She gives me instructions and tells me to do stuff, so that's not quite as fun as having a best friend, and I think that would be fun." And Sylvie kind of like reaches out the little teacup handle hand in like a vague high five motion, and Leona looks down at her hands, which are not tangible, and goes, "I got this," and does a little 360 spin and connects the high five with the little wooden branches coming off of the side of her head.
Hell yeah.
And then they kind of float around and like play like a game of tag, and then like they do a game of hide and seek where Leona definitely cheats by becoming invisible. And yeah, they just hang out for the rest of the watch and play kid games.
That is so fucking cute. I love it. You get inspiration too. So that was cute and also difficult to roleplay two characters at once. So with each other, so I appreciate that.
There's a solid period in the middle there where the voices kind of melded together, but
I can relate to that happening sometimes when I'm doing streams and stuff.
Yeah.
That where it's like, oh shit, these two voices sound too similar.
Yep.
Like in Twilight Princess, when I was doing the Goron temple, I was like, crap, I gotta make sure to differentiate these Goron voices. So not, oh yeah, brother, let's go eat rocks, brother.
I mean, they're all.
Oh God, everyone's Macho Man in here.
Yeah, they're all a speech of the Macho Man, and then there's the one that's Hulk Hogan. That one gets
there are
picked on.
some like shriveled. There are some older ones. There's the one that's like, thank you for donating to Malomart. We can build the
he's just an
bridge
older
now.
Macho Man.
Oh yeah, the one with the little loincloth and he's got fucking little twig legs. I hate that one. He's got a quivering lower lip. I hate it.
Ooh! Whenever you give him money.
But yeah, your watch goes by pretty quickly as well. About 45 minutes before you're set to kind of wake everyone up, there's an early riser as Ryu kind of emerges from the tent of his own tent is the word I meant to say. Kind of steps out and it kind of, I don't know if you two acknowledge each other or not, but
I'm like herding my Pokemon behind me as they're waking up, so I'm not really acknowledging anyone at the moment.
Real quick, I'm gonna butt in. I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna go to bed.
No
but
worries.
I'm still gonna be like hanging around. So
alrighty, have a wonderful night.
Yeah.
Sleep well. Thanks for hanging out.
Okie
Can I
Bye.
Bye. But yeah, you kind of chauffeur your Pokemon out and head to like the nearest tree line. And how does Ryu set this up?
I've got all of my Pokemon like out, and I'm like just letting them follow me, and then when we get to somewhat of a clearing that's not too far away from camp, I just have them line up, all 4 of them, and almost like a drill sergeant, but just like stand in front of them. All right, it's been quite a while since any of us have done any formal training, so I would like to do some tonight before the sun rises. We'll be doing stealth training.
You say that to the only one Pokemon that has actually done any training before, and the other 3 they're like, training what?
I don't mean like battling. We need to do some more traditional training.
You see that Sinchi and Raijin kind of exchange looks like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? But Yuki and Onimaru are like, understood. Like, they're ready. Yuki, because
I'll
she's
look
done
at
this before.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll look at Yuki and say, Yuki, would you mind giving the rest of them an example?
She salutes with an ear.
Cutie.
And so she kind of stamps a couple feet down. And so how I'm imagining this is that you kind of like sit down cross-legged and close your eyes and just kind of like focus. And the goal is for one of these Pokemon to go up and like steal the sword out of your scabbard without you noticing. Is kind of how I'm imagining this kind of stealth thing to be.
I wasn't actually planning on doing that, but that's really smart.
Yeah, because
that's some really tough training.
Yeah. So go ahead, sit down, and go and give me a perception check. As you're kind of, because you're still like outwardly like waiting for something to happen. You're still like listening and observing, but you're kind of purposely like giving them a chance of like closing your eyes. And kind of
what?
thinking.
What I'll do is I'll put the Tonto behind me, like on the like maybe on a rock, and I'm just sitting in front of the rock, and I'll do the perception check, and their goal is to pass the perception check and take the Tonto from the scabbard without me noticing. But if I do notice them, I like turn around and whack them on the head with like the paper fan that I just got from somewhere.
Excellent. So your perception check will be the DC.
It'll be tough. Let's do that. Okay. Lowballing it.
Yeah, going easy. It's the first time for a lot of them, so gonna go one at a time. Yuki is first up, doing the kind of like watch how I do, watch what I do. So go ahead and roll a stealth check for Yuki. Here, I'll actually swap over to yep. I'll actually swap over to this so people can actually see your rolls. So the DC is 8.
Ba-boom. Wow. Okay, well.
So yeah, so Yuki kind of is like showing them what to do and kind of like taking it slow, stepping forward, kind of make sure that everyone's eyes are on her. And so about 10 seconds after you kind of like set everything up and have had your eyes closed, you hear like something kind of bump the scabbard and kind of like knocks against the rock a bit. And so you open your eyes and you see that like Yuki is like kind of like standing there on the rock looking at the group, kind of like showing like how to pull the scabbard out, like the sword out of the scabbard. Like has like one paw on on like the scabbard and like mouth on the blade. And like because she's so focused on teaching more so than actually doing it herself, she had unintentionally made some noise. So she does unfortunately fail the check, but it's because she was stuttering outside.
Turn around and pep her on the head with the fan.
Just kind of like she understands. She's like, damn it. And so then she shifts into like okay, that's what not to do.
You still have much work to do, Yuki, but you were close.
She kind of gives you a nod and hops off and kind of rejoins everyone. Who do you want to go next? I feel like Sinchi would actually go, kind of butt forth, like, I got this.
Oh yeah, chest feathers puffed out. I've got this.
For sure.
All right.
So yeah, go
And
ahead and
I
roll a.
sit down and set up again.
Yep. So are you
And-
doing the same perception roll, or are you redoing the roll each time?
I'll redo it. That's actually a good idea because 8 is really low balling it. Blip. Okay, better.
Better indeed.
And
So DC
blip.
12.
Nope.
So yeah, so with bravado, since she's like, I got this, I can fly. You can't hear wings. And then so you just hear the loud wing beats of a bird just sail across onto the stone, lands on the scabbard. You hear the clink of its scabbard, and it's like more so that like it grabs just the hilt and pulls, and the scabbard just falls and clangs onto the rock. So like you even like gave it like a moment like no, I'm not. I'll let Senshi try this. And you just like and you're like, all right, and so just what. And it's just essentially like thinking like he's got this, feeling suddenly just the whack on its back, like drops the scabbard and impales into like the grass. It looks at you like, what the fuck? And Yuki's definitely a little disappointed, but since she's like full on like, what the fuck, ref? But after a moment of just like you staring him down, he kind of goes like, jeez, it's daylight outside, but it's fucking like lightning and thundering outside. Jeez, that hit you close. But yeah, kind of like scoffs and returns to the group and just kind of like is trying to keep as much of his pride as he can now. So
Did
now,
you mean to turn your webcam off on stream?
Did it turn off? What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's gone.
Oh, it's because I hadn't turned it on for the combat. I had it on for the others, and so I forgot when I swapped to the combat to turn it back on. So, oops, that's my fault. So you didn't miss anything. You just like fuff
Between
and like, some hand motions and so on.
Between Raijin and Onimaru, I'll just flip a coin.
Go for it.
Okay, that's Raijin then.
Alrighty, so Raijin's up. So go ahead and roll your perception, and then Raijin's stealth.
Yes. Oh fuck.
Ooh.
Can let me see if
Is that something Raijin can even do?
no, even if I rolled a nat 1, it would still max at 21. I'm gonna re-roll.
Okay, go for it.
Ryu is too in tune with the world right now. God damn it! Come on! Okay. It's gonna be really hard, but there we go. Bleh. Fuck, man.
Of the group, though, Raijin does the best. I mean, Raijin is naturally very light, very small. Can kind of is kind of a just from its small size and stature. It can she's kind of just naturally stealthy. But yeah, it's mainly the fact that like once Raijin's on the rock, doesn't really know how to get the sword out of the scabbard given it's not as big. That's mainly Raijin's problem, is that it's just too small to pull the sword out properly. So that's where the noise comes in at, is that it's not until the very end that Raijin's trying to like using back legs to like push the scabbard and the front legs to pull the sword that it makes some noise. And you fly swatter and Raijin's dead now.
No! Little tap. Small baby, little pep.
Little pap. Just a little pap. Yeah. Raijin accepts it, like Raijin definitely understands. No like ego with that. She's like, oh man, it's a little disappointed, but she goes over and rejoins. So that just leaves Onimaru, who we'll see how that goes. So go ahead and
I think for the future I might just do one perception roll.
Yeah, that's how I was think you would do
He's
it.
ridiculous. I'll try. Nope.
15's not terrible though. Same. And a similar thing with Raijin is that Onimaru has one hand, and that's a ghost hand at that.
Mm-hmm.
And so like
They
Raijin
can
kind
still
of
grab shit though.
yeah, but how do you take a sword out of a scabbard with one hand without the scabbard being either attached to something or it just falling off and making noise? So that's the problem, is that like Onimaru gets the sword silently and picks it up off the rock. It's just that grabbing it by the hilt and then lifting it up, the scabbard just falls off and hits the rock, and just so you turn around and you see Onimaru standing there with the sword in hand above the rock. It's just that, you know, didn't have another hand to grab onto the scabbard, so just ping ping. And so you slap a sword with a paper thing.
Great.
You don't feel like it did a whole lot, but
You know what? I have an idea on how to work this,
the
but
lights just flickered.
yeah, I'll just end this with the pep.
Which I'd say about this time as you're finishing that is when people start to kind of wake up and get out of their tents, and Madeline goes and makes sure that people are awake. Which, by the way, what's Madeline's opinion of watching this happen?
Can she see this? I walked off into the woods.
Oh, you went full on into the woods. Oh, okay. Never mind then.
Yeah.
My bad.
I did want to do one last thing with this, just to see if anyone can pass. But yeah, Onimaru fails, and then I'm just like, well, no one managed to succeed, but normally we would do this with everyone, or normally it would just be Yuki, so we'll just try doing everyone at once and see if anyone manages to do this. And then I'll set up again.
Mm-hmm.
This time you don't need to take the sword out. You can just take the sword. If you can get it away, you've succeeded. And then I'll do the one. Okay, another low ball. And I'll just roll all 4 of them. And if any of them pass, they get it.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
I'm not even looking at these right now. Just rolling them.
All right. Interesting.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, the 2 that are trained and are like have had experience in this do pretty damn well. Yuki goes up, grabs it, hops off, and kind of brings it to you, and you just feel it land in your lap. That's what alerts you that Yuki's finished. Onimaru does the same thing, but pretty much just like, except Onimaru has a slight advantage of ghost hand. So just like how she placed the bowl into your hand by like phasing her hand through your hand, and like pick the bowl out of your hand, doing the same thing. She kind of phases her hand through the rock and then just lifts it up, and so that the sword is in her hand, and she does the same thing, just like laying it in your lap. Raijin and Senshi, though, make the same mistakes of, again, Raijin is very small and cannot lift sword. So Raijin is kind of lifts it up onto her back and like takes a few steps, and it just kind of like falls off back onto rock, and then falls off rock, and Raijin's just like, damn it. Senshi, however, same thing, thinking like, okay, so the problem was I dropped it. I just won't drop it this time.
I simply will not.
Picks it up.
This time I just I'll just say it, with the flapping, I just whack Senshi in the air before he even has a chance to get to the sword.
Just fuck. Ah! And since she is slowly learning that wing flaps, unless you're an owl, are not very quiet.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Sweet. Well, Onimaru passed with flying colors. Yuki passed as usual.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Then I re-secure my Tonto and give everyone a smile. That was very good, all of you. You've made progress. We'll call it. We'll call it for now and pick up later.
They kind of all give you nods, except for Senshi, who's upset, just like, man, just how, fuck you. Just kind of upset. Just
I kneel down and like scratch Senshi's head. This takes time to get better at. You'll learn the ways to get stealthier.
Puffs up his chest like, damn right I will.
And I will I'll return everyone into their Pokeballs or my arm for now, and rejoin camp.
Alrighty. So you return as everyone else has already woken up and started eating breakfast leftover soup. At this point, everyone is aware of the slight scratches in the in the pot. That are like nothing deep. It's just that it's clear that an animal tried to like get into this pot at some point when someone wasn't paying attention. It is first of many that it will assuredly get. But yeah, you all wake up. Good morning. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Rise to shine. What's everyone's morning plans? How you all doing as you wake up? Also, long rest, so you all get your full heal. The Pokemon that you spend time with gets their inspiration and their overheal, their temporary hit points. Madeline, you get everyone gets their temporary hit points, and then the one you spend time with gets the extra temporary hit points. Those of you who spend time with more than one Pokemon, you'll just have to choose which one of those you want because you gotta. So you gotta
bring.
Who you spent time with?
Yeah.
Oh, I chose Onimaru, so it's equal, the health equal to its level.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
I can double check on that. What are you saying, Burke?
I'm gonna give it to Bellows just because Cranberry's already at full health.
Makes sense to me.
And then that gives
Well, wait, didn't
Bellows.
you spend your long rest with Kiwi?
That's right. I mean, that's right. That's the long rest.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing was just Kiwi's out for watch, and then I put Kiwi back in her Pokeball when I went to bed. But
okay, then sure, you can give it to to Bellows.
Can't believe Cranberry almost drowned herself in soup.
She's fine for 40 minutes. Because once she took a breath, then things might have been an issue.
Yeah.
So gains super hit points equal to its level, and it also gains inspiration. So one of your Pokemon gains inspiration and temporary hit points. Madeline, because you're a medic, they get all your Pokemon get that, and then the one that you spend time with gets a little bit extra. So yeah.
Inspiration, the thing that we constantly forget, one of our Pokemon gets every single day, and we always forget to use.
Indeed. So yeah.
Bellows kind of chonky with that bonus HP.
Mm-hmm.
To be fair, I think Chomper. Oh yeah, Chomper was at 34 HP at level 3.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Those rock types can get.
Oh yeah, fucking Rhyhorn is nuts. Even at level 1, it had like 40 HP. And now it's level 4 after one battle, and it's got 63. God.
Yep, if you want a tank, go rock.
Yep.
So, what's the goal for today, folks?
Let's schmoove.
Yeesh.
Yeah,
I know that since Charlotte had mentioned the Apricorn ball, it's a lot of what Ryu's been thinking about is there really an Apricorn specialist out here?
All right. So Ryu, we'll separate everyone and call them. So Ryu wants to go to Apricorn person. What does everyone else want to do?
Burke's gonna kind of no, because Ryu both pointed out the Apricorn place, but also the skyline of the town. And Burke's really eager to get.
I will say they are in opposite directions of each other, so.
Yeah, but it wasn't too far off of where, like, it was like where we were closer to the path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Burke just knows that Ryu pointed out knew where both were, so he's gonna stick with that.
Alrighty. So Burke is for Apricorns. What's Madeline interested in?
Big nuts.
Big nut. Just I don't know. She doesn't have any strong opinions. Just whichever way the group is ultimately leaning, she'll go with.
So neutral. I'll put you
neutral.
There. You don't even get your own box. You're on the line. Grant and Charlotte aren't here, so I'll put them over there. As undecided. So, Prisma, what are you interested in?
Prisma's just willing to go with the group, whether they want to go to town and do whatever.
Alrighty. So then...
Another fence sitter I see.
So, with 2 fence sitters and 2 that have decisions, we are going with the 2 that have decided. So...
Yes.
Off ye go. So you head back to the cliff, where you kind of climbed up at, and very slowly make your way down. It takes a better part of like an hour and a half to work your way back down the cliff carefully. I'm not gonna make you roll for it. It's easier to go down than it is to go up. But it is.
I assume if you're being
time-consuming.
super careful, you don't really need to worry about tripping or anything. We're not rushing this time.
Yeah. So you very carefully work your way back down. Which Pokemon do you each have out, by the way?
I'll say currently I've got Raijin just riding on my shoulder, or wherever she decides to crawl on my person.
Okay.
She can just attach anywhere.
I'm gonna keep Bellows out because I feel like some local Pokemon will recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
And so if we ever walk around places, there's a good chance that Bellows can like be like, hey, you know me, I'm with them.
Yeah, actually, that's a smart idea.
Prisma doesn't have any Pokemon out right now.
Alrighty, makes sense.
So do I drag them off? How do I just hit delete when I want to take the token off? Goodbye, Cranberry.
Gone.
Goodbye.
It's like the Kirby tweet where he's falling into the pin. He goes, ah! He's like screaming.
So,
pocket the monster.
Madeline calls out a corpse.
Oh, is it fainted?
No, it's just on my screen. It has -3 health. So
Yeah,
like
so
it's
Still bloody, still bloodied up from your battle with a bug. I see.
Bashed and bloody.
I pull out a fly swatter.
Ew, Rio, there's a gnat on your back.
no.
Ow! What?
Ew!
No!
Ew!
Ew!
Oh no!
Ew! 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 Get it!
No
ew!
one could know. No one could know what we do here today. No, I must have had. Lick. No one could know what we did here today.
Good boy, doggy. Good doggy.
Right. So the group heads off back down the cliff. It'll be about because Charlotte, you would know this because you came well, you're not here right now, but Charlotte would know because she came from this place that it's about, I think I said last time, it's about a 2-hour walk from the cliff to the house.
Yeah,
through the forest. So you got 2 hours to kill. What you doing?
I do want to ask, since I guess I'm walking next to Burke. Burke, you can speak with Pokemon, right? That's what you say?
For a short time, once a day is what I've kind of figured out.
Is it some kind of gift or power?
I don't know. Part of it feels like maybe it's part of. I've heard a lot of. It's usually a urban myth about how Pokemon Rangers have a sense of connecting with Pokemon. So I assume it might be part of that. I'm assuming maybe I've just been around Pokemon so much that I've started to understand them and kind of get a general knowledge of talking to them. I guess so. Kind of like how I talk to you. I guess it's kind of. It's weird. I'm still figuring it out myself. But yeah.
I glance at Bellows. I assume he's walking next to us, or is Burke carrying him?
Oh no! Remember, he's 159 pounds.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah, so I
head
glanced
through
at
your
Bellos.
back, like 5 feet here, just.
Burke
Yeah,
is only that light.
Wait,
no,
what?
Bellos is.
Oh, okay.
No, Bellos is 100 and...
I was like,
Yeah.
no.
No.
That makes me feel bad.
Size of an infant, weight of your girl.
No. the thing is with... Oh my god, yeah, holy shit. Geodude's only 44 pounds? What?
Wow. Larvatars are dense motherfuckers. Anyway,
Yeah.
I glanced down at Bellos and looked back up at you. Did you happen to ask what it was about these ruins? I can't imagine they're very recent.
Perk gives the most, like, blank stare, and he's like, ruins? Wait, you mean back where we were camping, or...?
Yes, there was that giant hole with the staircase. It was broken, so I never thought to make my way over, but it looked like there was a large door on the other side.
I guess it really never occurred to me. I was just so fixated on getting to Biscuit and keeping her safe. I kind of just... Well, I mean... Plus, as soon as we got back to our Pokemon all grouped up, I kind of took that power nap. I guess I didn't really look around too much.
Justin, I know that I might not really hit it because I was looking for information on a very specific topic, but can I roll history to see if maybe at a glance I learned something, or just like as I was reading I learned something in that history book about this place, or any kind of like talk of ancient civilizations?
Sure, go ahead and roll a history check.
Baboom. All right.
15, not bad. You kind of like, you pull out your Pokedex, or you pull out the book, I mean, you kind of flip through, and the book is more on, it is a history book, but it's about a time period that's far more recent than what these ruins would be. So instead you decide to try...
Probably back before anything was really written in a language we could understand.
Yeah. So you try, and kind of with the help of your companions, kind of figure out how to use the internet on your Pokedex. But yeah, you kind of like check your Pokedex, and like, you don't have the best connection here, so it takes a while. That's what a good portion of the trip is you just waiting for the web pages to load.
Plus, it probably takes a little while because Ryu's like not keen on this stuff at all. So Burke's like, "Oh yeah, if you just open up a new window, you can check." What new window? What do you mean?
There's a phone, not a house. What do you mean window?
Foolishness,
No.
Burke.
What? I just want pizza.
But yeah, you start to like look around online to find out. You use the search engine.
Are you trying to think of something?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of instead of Google or something.
Or
like Ask Jeeves or
hang on.
Some sort of search engine.
If you give me 1 second, I can probably find something close.
Gloomgle.
Wait, what's that one?
I almost wonder if they would name a Goom. I feel like Centrit would be a cute.
Oh, Centrit, yeah, because they're looking around.
Yeah, it's like a search engine.
That's very cute.
What I don't know. I'm trying to think of like combining internet and Centrit. So like Centnet. I don't know.
Centnet? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, and so like the inn has
alternative. I knew there was one I was close to. There's also Choodle.
Choodle?
Oh,
Choodle, the turtle from Sword and Shield.
I hate him.
Stinky.
I dislike him very much.
He looks like a kid who shits his diaper. I'm sorry.
Sword and Shield turtle.
Wait.
Just look up Chootle.
Wait. Zigzag Google.
Zigzag Google.
That is cute. But I actually really like this Centnet thing because I imagine that it's spelled Centnet, but in the inn, the left half of the inn, because it's written in lowercase, is like red and it looks like an R is inside the inn.
Oh. Kind of like how the FedEx logo has an arrow in it.
And so the logo for that search engine is just a inn with a red R kind of in the lowercase n, and that's the symbol for Sintnet.
What if that's the moment that Ryu's searching on his phone or on his Pokedex and it pulls up Zigzag Google and and he's like, Zigzag Google, I usually use Sentnet, but I guess this is fine.
Or we could do it to where Sintnet's the
thing of the world.
No,
I was gonna say
Sintnet is like Google Chrome or Opera or Firefox, and then Zigzag Google is the search engine. So it's the web browser.
Instead of Firefox, it's Delphox.
Yes.
Yes. But yeah, you kind of you said that you start like looking around online, and after a while of stuff just slowly loading, you find like there was a group of people who lived in this forest that were kind of like were in very, very, very old society. And they from what you can tell from looking around and looking at old maps is that there used to be a lot more ruins in the forest, but the forest has kind of taken over a lot of it. And the most substantial ruin that existed was actually where the now the crater is, near the large tree. So there used to be a much larger ruin that could be visible over the canopy of the trees, but it was unfortunately destroyed in this impact crater.
The Fortnite aliens stole it.
Always Fortnite
Anyway,
with you. It's always Fortnite with you. Every time.
Yeah, because he's a professional Fortnite streamer.
Am I just like reading this out to Burke and anyone else who's listening?
Probably.
Well, there you go.
Unless you want to keep it to yourself.
Well, no, I'm assuming I was reading it out loud.
Alrighty. So yeah, so it does seem like there was a lot of not a lot, but there was definitely a society that lived here a long time ago, and they kind of prided themselves on living kind of coexisting with the forest and intermingling and stuff like that. And so at some point, that society either died out, or they migrated, or they were absorbed in something else. But research into that has been sparse and difficult because it is in this forest. It's not the most forgiving.
All right, then when I'm finished reading, so the most noteworthy ruin is gone. So that only makes me wonder what was so special about where we were staying.
Bert kind of goes, I don't know. There's only a few ruins in Sinnoh, but man, are they creepy. Give me the heebie-jeebies. I'm not sure if I really feel equipped to kind of go in there.
Perhaps
around there
later, if we have time and ever find ourselves in the area, we could maybe explore them. I'm not too excited to find out if there's any strong ghost or who knows what kind of Pokemon in there.
Oh man, I know what you mean. I don't know about all of you, but I could use some R&R in the next town. Always wanted to go to a spa.
I don't have time for a luxury like that.
Don't worry, I won't force you along, Ryu. Unless you want me to.
Okay, Mudkip.
Alright.
Okay.
Man,
Have a good day and or night. Hope you get feeling better.
Get some rest.
Yeah.
Alright. Bye-bye.
Thank you for being here.
I'll be right back. Yeah.
Bye.
Later.
Anyway, that was basically all I had.
Alrighty. Anything Burke wants to do on the walk over there?
Burke's just trying to keep weary. He's just keeping safe, just kind of keeping an eye on Bellows, not like to watch Bellows, but to more like see what Bellows sees, kind of see like, okay, what's Bellows seeing?
Bellows is kind of like not so much guiding, but kind of like confidently walking through the forest. And this is his home. He knows where he is. He knows what's going on. He's not 100% clear where you're going, but you've picked a direction, and he's just following along, kind of like making sure you're taking the right paths. You don't fall into any traps or anything of like pitfalls. And you feel like what would normally be a treacherous walk this deep into the forest, Bellows being here is helping immensely to keep you from running into any sort of difficulties or dangers as you've been going.
Excellent guide.
Indeed. But yeah, Bellows has been kind of like vigilant and like kind of prescient of everything happening around you all, and is trying his best to like, not because he's not guiding, but not to like, basically what I already said, just make sure you're not doing anything dumb. And so yeah, that's pretty much what Bellows is doing. He's in his element, so
yeah, so Verk is making sure not to walk past Bellows. He's making sure Bellows kind of stays in front of him.
So after about 2 hours of walking, kind of like discussing what you found so far, eventually you do actually manage to get to, give me a second, I have to load up the map as well.
Oh, actually, while you're getting whatever you're getting, I'm going to swap Raijin out with Onimaru, because I briefly forgot that I said that I was going to, or I offered Onimaru to be out during the day this time. Fucking... Oh, I had to drag the token, duh. So I just like quietly slink back behind the group and not let them avoid seeing the gross sword coming out of my mouth, or my mouth, my hand. Why did you come out of there this time?
I'm a sword swallower.
There it is.
Why did you come out of there this time? I wanted to try something new.
Seemed fun. So give me a second to set this all up. Oops.
And I don't know if you've decided if like Onimaru can like see basically what's going on from inside, but you can point out if it's like curiously looking at all the sights.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me put this over here.
I like to picture Bellows like sees Onimaru and goes like, "Oh shit," because Bellows just isn't acclimated. I think a good chunk of our party Pokemon are not acclimated to seeing Onimaru.
Well, that's why I said I backed up. Like I slowed down and got behind the group to do that.
Bellows is
like freak anyone out.
Bellows with his hand is like pointing and like, "Oh, that's normal."
Oh, that's just Ryu.
Quirky guy, and Ryu's like, like curled over, like, oh man.
So yeah, so you arrive, and yeah, you do find this house it's not an opulent house by any means. It's just the only sign of like society and modernity that you've seen since you've entered the forest. The closest thing you got was that hut that was off the main road that turned out to be owned by a very angry gorilla. So seeing a house here, and about a mile out is when you could see the trail of smoke cutting through the canopy that helped guide you more directly to where you need to be. And yeah, you come across this home that's across this small wooden bridge. Again, this map isn't super reflective. It's just what I could choose. But yeah, it is right next to a river that's currently there's like a water wheel that's set in it that's kind of generating some sort of power. And like you can see that like on the roof there are some small solar panels. Like there is some form of like modern technology attached to this building. but there's but it's very rustic, very small. You can see that there's just a plume of smoke coming out of this chimney. And you can see that as you're approaching it, the back left side over here is actually open to the is like just open. There's no walls, just like kind of support beams, where this kind of plume of smoke is coming from. And there's a door here on this side. So she's inside doing something. You can't see her right now.
She's in there.
She's in there. Burke, break the door down.
If you're quick, we can surprise her.
Huh? Wait. Oh, is it her birthday? Happy birthday! Kicking down.
Happy birthday!
Fuck you! She's screaming. Wait, where's the decorations? The saddest thing is, that's hyperbole. That you could honestly trick Berg like that.
God, if Ryu was like chaotic neutral. Yes, Burke, it's her birthday. Quick, kick the door down. If you're quick, we can surprise her. Okay.
Happy birthday! Hooray, Ryu! It's like the SpongeBob movie with the flying through the air
with the flag in his ass.
Burke's in a freaking Chippendales outfit.
God.
Like the bow tie, collar,
the Speedo bow tie, and the handcuff, or not the handcuffs, the suit cuffs.
Yes. Ryu's getting promoted to like head of his the head of is it not Shinobi? It's not whatever his order is, but it's like, and then the leader's like, how did he find this place? I always know where my friend is. This is a well-guarded secret for 200 years. Well, I found him. I could smell friends with my sniffers.
Anyway.
Yes.
I recognize his scent.
For the sake of Grace not being available anymore, Ryu will be the one to walk up to the door and give it a knock.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So yeah, you walk up and you give a nice polite knock on the wooden door. And you can hear, similar to how Charlotte initially heard this, you can hear in the building a faint ting, pa-ting, pa-ting in the background of this noise, and it takes a moment, and it takes a few knocks before that noise finally stops. You hear some shuffling and some moving, and you hear footsteps begin to approach on wooden floor. As the door is opened,
Can I assume that Charlotte's standing there beside me to announce, or just to introduce, I guess?
So I'll put Charlotte over
and
here.
The rest of the group is just still behind me, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. She steps. The door opens. You see a woman in her maybe early 30s. Still fairly young, very vibrant, long red hair tied in a ponytail in the back to keep it out of whatever she happens to be working with. Jewel, you know from Charlotte's scene, but you as characters don't know of keeping out of the forge. She wears a thick brown leather apron and thick gloves. And she opens the door and she currently has kind of hung on her shoulder by one arm a large hammer, kind of like a ball peen hammer. And she kind of opens the door and there's just a little bit of kind of black soot on her cheek streaking down to her chin. You think that she on her way to the door kind of rubbed her face off some sweat, and she's definitely drenched in sweat. But yeah, she just opens the door and she looks out, and at first she's surprised by there's just people here until she sees Charlotte. She's like, Oh, hey. Welcome back. I'm guessing these are your friends? Hi. Can I help you with anything? And she kind of like hefts the ball peen hammer off and just kind of like slides into a little pocket, like one of those little like loopy things in her pants.
Mm. Good morning, ma'am. Our friend informed us that you work with Apricorns, correct?
I do actually, yeah. Wait, did you guys happen to find your Pokemon by chance? Charlotte told me about that.
I wasn't aware, but yes, we did find them all. Thank you for your concern.
Good, I'm glad. I don't know if any of the balls I gave her helped, but I felt bad just sending her off with nothing, so I'm glad you found them.
Yes, that's actually why I wanted to find you. You see, I come from Johto. It's my homeland.
Fascinating. I'm also from Johto. It's been a long time since I've been home though.
Oh, yes. Well, then you must be aware. I I know somewhat about this art of apricorn forging. I spent a small amount of time with the Pokeball master before I left for this region.
You see that she kind of like gives you a look, and she like takes a step back. And how old would Ryu have been when he did this?
I would have only been like maybe a year ago.
Okay. Then she kind
Because
of
he
takes
didn't
this.
spend much time traveling around before he came here.
Makes sense. She does still take a step back to try and like analyze you before she like and she does ask like, how long ago?
It couldn't have been more than a year ago. I was traveling for a short time in Johto before I came here. I found his house by happenstance, and he offered to keep me there for a few days while I figured out where I was going.
Okay. So that was well after I moved out. That explains it. So sorry, I thought you might have been a kid and I might recognize you.
Do you happen to know him by chance?
Yeah, he's actually my dad. Name's Maisie, by the way.
You're his daughter?
Yes. He taught me everything he knew, and I decided to take that and move and try and show the world. And the world was not interested, so I'm here. I figured that, much like him, I wanted to kind of I enjoyed the whole away from it all aspect. I'm not as anti-technology as he is, trust me. But it's nice kind of being away from everything and being surrounded by, well, this motioning to everything. But yeah, I've been here for a little over a decade and a half now. So no, that we're at 15, which would be my bad. A little under a decade by at this point.
I guess that would explain why you know the art of apricorn forging.
That seems reasonable to me, yeah. Kind of learn from the best and the only, so. Oh, by the way, here, come inside. I realize you're just all standing out here. And so she invites you into her home. Which, yeah, you can see that, like, using, because I didn't think of making a interior version of this. You can see that, this house is split into, like, very uniquely, of this whole section back here is the forge. That is, like, these walls are all open to like the world, and there's this like intro area here, and there's a door here that's also open, and there's the door into the proper house that you take your shoes off for and you go into, and there's like bathroom, living room, and like kitchen. Kitchen's fine. And and then some other miscellaneous rooms that you don't get to see. But yeah, so she kind of leads you into her like living room area, which is, you can tell that like there is some sort of technology. There's like a TV, there's some sofas, and like the kitchen has like an oven and a stove, and like there are appliances here, but it's also still like it's also appliances from a little under a decade ago. So there's some modern touches, but not a whole lot. But you can see that there's large sliding doors here that kind of open into the forge, that have kind of big glass windows so you can see out into it. And you can see like after she leads you into the main room, she kind of goes and hold on, let me actually put her down here so I can take all of this and put it into the map layer so I don't accidentally move it around. There we go. But yeah, so she kind of like she goes and like douses the forge as you all kind of pile into her not super large home, but she's as accommodating as she can be. Oops. So, welcome to her abode. But yeah, so like you can tell that like this is definitely a home that is like function first, and kind of like living secondary. And so you can see that like even with like the separation of the different rooms, there are definitely places in the building that are just covered in soot and like coal dust, and there are pieces of apricorns everywhere. Her coffee table just has like half built apricorn balls everywhere, and that she kind of like slides off into like a bag and like just tosses the bag into a corner. She doesn't get guests ever. She's a little bit embarrassed by that, but she doesn't really care all that much either. And so she's just kind of making it look at least somewhat presentable as you all kind of file in. There's not enough seats for all of you. There's like a 3-person couch. And so she starts like pulling in like boxes out of her like storage room that you can sit on, and just, it's a bit of a mess, but she's trying.
Oh, this place definitely looks lived in. Definitely looks like a workspace. Feels like home.
Mm-hmm. It's easy to tell that you have put a lot of dedication into this craft. It's impressive.
Thank you. I mean, it truly is fun. It's fun experimenting and seeing what you can do and how you can make each creation better than the last. I'm really hoping that with enough time and dedication to it, I can actually take this and take it back to like one of the bigger cities and show people that there's still something worthwhile with, you know, creating the Pokeballs from scratch instead of mass producing them. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but you lose a little bit of something.
I agree. Is it possible for you to show us an example? I spent a little bit of time there with your father, so he did allow me to watch over some of his making, but I didn't have the time to spare picking up anything.
Of course. The naked Wooloo caught me off guard, and
Baby.
It's just shaved. It's shaved. It's not naked. Shut.
It's always naked, but now it's shaven. Look at the little... I love the bell just hidden.
Oh wait,
I like the Zubat design.
Oh yeah,
Golbat. I like the...
Yeah, it's like the Zubat ones he posted too. But yeah, you kind of she kind of like adjusts her apron a bit and says, yeah, come into the forge, and she kind of leads you onto the forge. She shows you where to stand so you're not in any sort of like heat danger. And you can see the walls are just lined with completed Apricorn balls and also like incomplete. There's parts and pieces. There's various sizes of hammers and chisels. There's paints. It is a workshop that has been fine-tuned for this process over years and years of effort and trial and time. And it's a sight to behold. And so she starts to walk you through the process of forging Apricorn balls. And so she goes through that there's 6 steps in order to create an Apricorn ball. Last one's more optional, but
I want to say straight up, Justin and I spent like an entire day working on this fucking system. We made it complex.
Not complex. It's in depth, but it's simple enough that it's easy to understand. It's just that there's
a lot of options.
Yes, that's the thing. There's a lot of options that you can make with them. The process of making them is simple. It's just what you decide to make is determinate. But you so it goes like this. She informs you there are 6 steps. The 6th one is optional. It doesn't actually benefit the ball itself, but it just makes it look nicer. And if you want to, this is for Rat. If you want to fancy up your ball, so there are 5 primary steps. You have to heat up your Apricorn. Well, first off, really the first step is you gotta find an Apricorn. So you have to find the Apricorn. There are several types. There's black, blue, green, pink, red, white, yellow, and brown. Brown is the most common. It's the one that was originally used to make just normal Pokeballs.
Oh my god. Sorry.
And there's but once you find the appropriate color, first you heat it, and she starts to kind of she lowers this. She takes the brown one, she lowers it into this small furnace that is filled with coals and is just radiating heat. She actually has to with her gloves on, she lifts a handle and opens up the this porthole on it, and immediately, even though the room is open to the outside air, immediately it's just a wave of heat, and you all instantly break out in sweat. As just this torrent of flame, of just warmth, kind of fills the room. And I hadn't written any Pokedex entries because I wasn't expecting it to go this way immediately.
I'm in plaid and a vest. Oh no.
Yeah, you're quite warm, Burke. You are toasty.
Burke's gonna back up. Be like, too hot.
I thought there was one.
There's
Pokedex
one, but
entry
the one that I'm about to mention, I do not have. So you can scan it, but it will be played in a future session. But you can see that inside the forge, along with all the coal, is actually a small, not small, but a red creature that looks almost like lava, that kind of pokes its head up out the hole, hearing you all kind of react like, oh geez, as the warmth hits you, and you see a small slugma inside, just kind of look up out at all of you, as it is also actively warming up the forge it is currently in. And
say it, Rat.
What's it called? What Pokemon is it? I legitimately wasn't listening.
Rat. Slugma balls.
Slugma nuts, Justin. Come on.
I gotta be honest. Rat, the noise you made almost sounded like a Tom from Tom and Jerry yelp.
Really
No, like the shorter one, not the extended yell.
No.
But yeah, Burke's over backed away from it, in the living room near the door, and he's like, And he's like fanning himself because it's like all that heat just like sunk into his core because he's wearing a vest, which like compacts heat. He's like, oh, I can step outside for a minute. Yes. Just peck sweat. Honestly, he's beefy. He's a beefy boy. Yeah, Burke's gonna be outside because he's there's too much.
Yeah, you can be over here because the forge is over here, so you kind of step out and watch from this side because everyone's kind of like in this corner over here. I just don't have enough room to put them over there.
That's fair.
But yeah, you definitely step out and start like take your jacket off. As you step out, Maisie kind of like reaches behind her, grabs a wet towel, and throws it at you. And she says, "Grab the corner and just spin it in the air a bit, and it'll cool it off. And put it around your neck. It'll help." And it does. Once you spin it, it cools it off, and you got a nice cool wet towel around your neck. But yeah, so she says that heating is the first part. You have to make sure that it's heated to the right temperature, that it's malleable, but not so hot that it will actually break and crumble. So you have to get the perfect amount of heat, which for checks would be a perception or insight check to see if it is to know when it's heated enough. After about 5 minutes, she pulls it out. She makes some small talk as she's waiting and watching. She pulls it out. She kind of lowers some like goggles over her eyes and pulls it over to an anvil that's just to the right of that forge. She, knowing that you're all hot, closes the forge back up, and the slugma gives us as much of a little lava wave as it can, as it has no arms. She kind of like waves its like head around a bit, as you're the first people outside of Maisie that it's seen in God knows how long, and she's like, "Hi."
Wait, mother, people.
Wait, no. She sets it down and she continues with what you actually heard her doing from outside. She begins hammering it, which is an athletics check. She starts hammering the Apricorn into the proper shape, hollowing it out, making sure that it is strong enough to contain the Pokemon inside whenever it eventually catches one, and just make sure that it is the proper shape in order to have the effects you're wanting it to have. Once you've hammered it out, you can then begin to cool it, which, just like heating, involves time, making sure that you're not overdoing it, making sure you're not making the Apricorn brittle. And she kind of dumps it into this vat of water. It's not exactly water, it's water and oil and various other things, but I'm not a forger, I don't know the exact concoction, but it's not just water, which that's another perception insight check. After that, you begin sawing into it, making sure that it's the right shape, cutting it in half, boring it out, and making sure that there's enough space inside the ball to actually hold the creature and keep it comfortable. And so she begins kind of like cutting into it and boring it out, which that is either an athletics or sleight of hand check. Then you take fittings that you can get from most shops, especially repair shops, or you can dismantle a Pokeball yourself and attach. This will let it work. So nature, sleight of hand. And once you've done all that, if you've done well enough, and by this point, about an hour has passed of her working on this. She's taking it very slowly. She says it normally takes between 30 to 45 minutes, so about a short rest's worth of time to make one Apricorn ball. She sets it down, and she's next to some paints, and now you can paint it, and you can paint it whatever you want. The important stuff is done. This is just if you want it to look nice. And the better you do during forging, the better the outcome is. And so to explain that mechanically, you have 5 checks to make. Depending on how many successes you make, depends on the quality of the Pokeball. So the more successes, the better the ball you make. And she also tells you that while she's an expert at this, you don't have to make all these checks yourself. You can obviously work as a team, passing off different stuff. She points over to Burke, for instance. You seem pretty strong. I feel like you'd be pretty good at the hammering and the sawing if needed.
Bert kind of blushes and he's like, "Oh, me? I'm not much of a."
She like flexes at you. It's like, yeah, I think so. And then she says, while
we stand a buff woman with washboard abs.
Oh, you can't see under that apron, but oh yeah,
ma'am,
abs all the way down.
Hello.
She is buff lass to the nines. And so yeah, she kind of she then points at Ryu and says, "You seem pretty perceptive as well. Maybe use well." And points over to Madeline. You could help with heating and cooling if needed, stuff like that. You should be able to know what you're good at or could be good at. And so she motions at the Pokeball, or what will soon be a Pokeball. Says, with this, since I was taking my time, I wasn't really focusing on it. Made a couple mistakes. This will probably just be a normal Pokeball. But if I did better, it would be a Great Ball. If I did even better, an Ultra Ball. And if I did really good, it'd be a what's called Hyper Ball. But that requires a significant amount of effort and a lot of hard work. So basically, Brown is the only exception to where you only need 2 successes to make a Pokeball. 3 makes a Great Ball, 4 makes an Ultra Ball, 5 makes a Hyper Ball. Other things, like if you take a black Apricorn, it can make, if with everything else is 3 successes. And so if you have 3 successes, you make a Nest Ball with a black Apricorn. 4 successes makes a Level Ball, 5 makes a Heavy Ball. So the more success you get, the better the Pokeball you get out of it. If you don't get at least 3 successes, then the Apricorn is wasted. So, and I'll post all these actual hard mechanics in the chat and in places where you can find it. You don't have to write it all down and memorize it, but
I just posted the document and pinned it in the group chat.
Hey, nice.
Good, because I did not retain any of that information.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, it's a lot.
It's a lot.
That's why we had the list.
To summarize it, basically, there are 5 checks you get to make. They can be done by one person or the whole group, and you want a majority of successes. You want at least 3 successes to succeed in making a Pokeball, but the more successes above that, you make the better Pokeball. So it's just a series of 5 checks, and then the painting is the optional 6th check, and it just makes it look nice. You can paint it how it's supposed to be, or you can paint it whatever you want. It's up to you. That just makes it look nice. Otherwise, you just have a flat colored Pokeball or ball of some sort. So the mechanics of that is just 5 checks. Succeed as many as you can, you get the better Pokeball. And so this is now a way that you can now obtain Pokeballs without having to buy them, because that costs money. Something that is in very short supply.
Okay. Bert kind of checks the time and it's kind of like, "Oh, things are gonna fly. Time flew. That was a really good explanation." Bert's kind of probably walked back in by now after cooled down. It's really fascinating. I mean, the closest thing we have in Sinnoh to messing with Pokeballs is funny little stickers we put on.
I love those.
Like I said earlier, there aren't really too many people who know this craft anymore. Her father, and now I learn her, might be the only people left.
Unfortunately, yeah. It's not a very common practice, unfortunately, amongst most people. And at this point, she's kind of like taken off her gloves and wiped down her hands, and then she kind of tosses this Pokeball to the group. Whoever wants to catch it, you can catch it. If multiple people want to catch it, then we'll make a sleight of hand check, and whoever rolls highest gets the Pokeball. Which is a normal Pokeball. But she takes off the glove, takes off the apron. Huh?
If anyone else is going for it, I'll just catch it.
Anyone else want that Pokeball?
What Pokeball?
The one that she just made, she's tossing to us.
Bert's
No.
Kind of just Bert's okay with with having Ryu catch it.
All right, well, I guess he just tosses it to me then.
All right, so yeah, you get the Pokeball. She takes off the apron, and oh yeah, she's fucking ripped. But yeah, she like hangs the apron up on a wall as she kind of enters the as you all slide back into the living room. And she's also, much like you all, drenched in sweat, especially since she was the one, she did most of the work. So, sweaty buff lass. Wow, work of art. But anyway, but no, seriously though, she's like, she kind of explains to you that it's definitely a difficult task. You need a forge to do it. But unfortunately, no one else seems to really be interested in doing this anymore. People are fine just buying them, which is like, I'm not disparaging anyone, obviously. But it does suck that an art form is dying.
I don't mean to impose, but would it be possible if I could try my hand at making one?
Of course. I'll use my forge as well if you'd like.
Absolutely. That's very kind of you.
So.
And I guess the first step is I'll take a step outside and see if there are any Apricorn trees I can spot.
Alrighty. So go ahead and give me a perception check.
Perceive. Bzz. No. Maybe.
You can see that like she specifically chose this house because of the amount of Apricorn trees there are here. It's just that you've seen Apricorns that are already washed and prepared. And so it takes you a minute to actually find them. You find one, it's just a brown one, it's nothing special. But it is a brown Apricorn that you find hanging from this tree right here, right next to you.
I pick. I grab.
Am I?
Okay. You grab, you obtain brown Apricorn. And so yeah, you have this brown Apricorn, it's just like the one that she used. Are you doing this all by yourself, or are you wanting to recruit your companions?
I'll try it by myself first.
Okay. So the first thing for heating, you have to choose whether you want to make a perception or an insight check.
I think my perception is higher. Yes, my perception is higher. Boom. I don't know what you made the DCs for these, so I'm just assuming.
Yeah,
that that's
the DC changes depending on what your goal is and just my own kind of ideas.
Gotcha.
So actually, yeah, what is your goal with this? Are you trying to make a normal Pokeball? Are you trying to go above and beyond?
I mean, I'm gonna do the best I can. So my goal
enough.
is for perfect, but if I only score 2, I only score 2. So sticking that Apricorn in that forge, I wave hi to the slugma.
It waves back.
Chat about the process with Maisie for a little bit while I wait, and then pull it out. And we'll try that athletics check.
It's now an athletics check. The only one that you don't get to choose on.
Yep.
14. Not bad. So yeah, you take a while and you're watching. You watch how Maisie did. And Maisie does like walk you through this as well. She's not leaving you to figure this out on your own. She's kind of like guiding you through it, showing you what you need to do. Kind of like giving you pointers like around now, maybe another 30 seconds or so is when you'd want to pull this out and make sure that it's not too hot. And so you pull it out, perfect time. You start hammering into it, shaping it into the proper size, cracking it a bit so you can actually saw into it and get the insides out of it. Just you do pretty well. Now comes the another perception or insight check as you begin to cool it.
Oh, baby.
12, not bad. And so you insert the Apricorn into the basin of water, and she says, so you have to be careful to not have it sitting here for too long, because otherwise, if it gets too cool and too quickly, then it'll actually crack and cause imperfections. And so at about that point, she says, as she's explaining this, you begin to pull it out, and lo and behold, as she explains, there is a slight crack on one side. Nothing major. She says that it can be kind of filed out, but it's it'll overall impact the overall quality of it, but nothing major. So that is unfortunately one fail, but so far it seems to be going pretty well.
Okay. And the next one is sawing, which I can choose sleight of hand, which I swore I was proficient in sleight of hand, but I guess not. But anyway.
Not bad. You take the time and you kind of sit down and you start kind of like attaching these kind of fittings to it. And it takes a while. It's nothing terrible. It's not like you don't mess anything up. It's just it takes a little bit longer than you'd like, because it's the first time you worked on something so tiny and so precise. I mean, like bore holes and things and then screw things into it and like set the hinge in and then the button to like
this was sawing. This was sawing, not fittings. Like sawing that.
My bad.
part in
Yes,
half.
that's right. I skipped that point, so my bad. So you begin kind of sawing through. You saw through it pretty decently. It's just that once you've actually sawed through it, boring the actual boring the insides out and removing that is the big problem. And like you're not able to get all of it out. There's still some lumps inside. You get most of it out, just that it seems to be a little uncomfortable for Pokemon to live in at times, but it is functional at the very least. So now it is the fitting, so either nature or sleight of hand.
Another sleight of hand. Oh my god, that was even worse.
So this time you do unfortunately mess up the fittings as you kind of as you like bore one hole a little bit too large. You have to kind of move it a bit, so the hinge is a little wonky. But so overall, by the end of it, you do make just a normal Pokeball. Only 2 successes. The first 2 rolls were successes. The other 3 were unfortunately not high enough to succeed. But you do make a Pokeball. It is a functioning Pokeball, so you've effectively gained 2 Pokeballs a day from this over the past couple hours you've been here. And so you're free to make another one. You have enough time in the day to make maybe 1 or 2 more with this forge if you'd like to kind of distribute the work this time instead of doing it yourself. Make a few.
I was gonna let me real quick. I just probably DC for this probably isn't gonna be very high at all. It's just I'm painting one side red and one side white.
Yeah. So is that what you're doing? You're just painting it in normal Pokeball colors?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just all I did was a Pokeball.
Yeah, I'm saying you can paint it whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can customize them.
I guess I'll just do blue like Ryu's art that has been done like twice now.
Sounds good to me.
Of just with the blue Pokeballs. I'll color blue, whatever.
Yes, go ahead and make a performance check to see how well you can paint. And you can make it either via charisma or dexterity. What that means is with performance it normally rolls with charisma, but if your dexterity score is higher than your charisma score, you would add that instead.
Oh, yeah, no, my charisma score is better.
Oh, interesting.
I've got a +4 in that.
Interesting. You're more charismatic than you are dexterous. Good enough.
Well, because I pumped that 18 into charisma for the intimidation side. That's why I made him proficient in intimidation.
That's right. But yeah, you like you're kind of upset with yourself because you can see the flaws of the ball that you've made, but you also understand that practice makes perfect, and this is your first attempt, so you kind of squash that kind of like, damn it, to the side, as you know you've been through training and such before. You know how difficult it is to actually accomplish something, especially on the first time doing it. So you manage to kind of push that aside, and you focus your entire energy on making the on painting, and you do it flawlessly. You don't get any paint on any of the fittings, on any of the other parts. You manage to it's easy. It's just 1/2 is blue, 1/2 is white. But still, the fact that there's not a single outside the line error is impressive. So yeah,
I do want to say just for Ryu's sake, every time. Since those checks literally by 2 points each got worse, Wow. Oh my god. Other than the Apricorn check, all of my checks went down 2 points.
Yeah.
16, 14, 12, 10, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'll say, I was gonna say, after the first failure and then the second one, the third one, you could see Ryu getting more and more frustrated with himself, almost like he was like blaming himself a little unfairly, even though he never said a word. You could just kind of tell he was kicking himself for messing up.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of gets brought around with that flawless painting.
Yeah.
Mm.
And then, yeah, I guess I'm done. I hold it up. It's nowhere near perfect, but it should function.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she actually says that for your first time making one, making it even functioning is an impressive feat on its own. A lot of people don't actually manage to make a functioning Apricorn ball on their first try, so kudos.
Thank you. You're very kind.
Of course. But anyone else like to try, or would you like the two try as a whole, as a group?
It would be great to have more balls.
Balls?
I think we give teamwork a shot a little bit.
Yeah.
Sweet. I guess since we need to grab another Apricorn, would anyone who's got a higher perception stat between the three of us?
I got a shit perception.
I've got 5.
Madeline has incredibly high perception.
Oh shit! Yeah. Me,
yeah.
Madeline.
Yeah,
Look for
roll
things.
Madeline.
I don't know how to roll for that.
I can do it.
Yeah, you do that.
I'm doing that thing right now. Got it. She has a +6 to perception. 21.
Woohoo!
So what color do you want?
Pink.
Pink.
Pink? Yeah, if you want.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Shit,
So yeah, you easily find it's a little bit of a walk, but yeah, Madeline spots one like a good 50 feet away, guides the group over, and you grab a pink Apricorn, and bring it back to the forge. So you have a pink Apricorn.
Sweet.
Hey. Well, let's get
then-
started then.
Yeah. First step is perception or insight, and Madeline has the highest perception stat, but if anyone's got an insight, an insight that they want to try.
I do not, unfortunately, have a good insight.
Madeline have good insight?
Madeline has okay insight, has a +3. Let me check what Grin has.
If anybody matches or beats a 5, then Madeline should just do the step.
Yeah, Madeline's probably better than
Grin has a 4 in insight.
Wait, holy shit! I have Okay, apparently I somehow have a +4 in insight. I don't remember being proficient. I guess
Are you proficient, or are you just good, or do you just have a high wisdom?
Proficient, yeah.
Hey.
I don't have a high wisdom stat. I'm just proficient in it. So a +4.
You're good at reading people. So do you want to try that insight check? It's also it is either perception or insight. So
my perception's ass. You know that.
So Madeline could do another perception check at +6, but I do think it's. Or do you want to hold Burke off for the strength checks?
Yeah, I think Burke can handle the strength checks then.
Yeah, I'm down for letting Madeline do the perception again.
Alrighty, so how about 13? So not great, but not bad either. She kind of takes control of kind of like heating it, and with this time Maisie's kind of taking a noticeable step back to see how you do, just make sure you're not hurting yourselves, obviously, but she's kind of more of an observer this time around than a participant, as she wants to see how well you do just by yourselves. And so Madeline kind of like slides the Apricorn into the forge and lets it heat up. And it takes a moment to realize that she's getting a little bit distracted by the slugma. Before she realizes, like, oh wait, and she pulls the ball out. And it's a little too hot. It's a little overheated. But nothing terrible. It's not a broken ball or anything. It's just not as great as it could have been. But next up would be hammering, which is an athletics check, which I believe is all Burke, baby.
Yeah. So Burke definitely switched out of his plaid shirt and vest for this. Being near the forge, so I assume he's got like at least like a t-shirt or tank top somewhere.
Damn.
I assume.
And then
I like to imagine the tank top. Oh, hell yeah. I like to imagine the tank top is like a yellow tank top with just the silhouette of a Teddy Ursa head in brown.
Oh. He's got merch for his baby. Yeah. Holy shit. Yes, I guess Bert just really felt rejuvenated from the medical treatment last night and just really going ham on.
Oh yeah. You managed to hammer out like a perfect sphere. You managed to like it looks like a Pokeball. There's like, you can just faintly see the slight impacts of where the hammers fell. But yeah, perfectly done.
And then next is another perception or insight.
Yep. Perception or insight. So, do you want Madeline to take care of that again, or someone else?
Yes.
14. So pretty good. This time she's more focused. There's not a slugma to distract her. Madeline's thoughts are not filled with the faint sound of Prisma saying slugma balls in the back of her head.
Wow.
But yeah, she managed to cool it successfully. And next up is sawing, which is a athletics or a sleight of hand check. Which Burke has a +7 to athletics. Let me check what. I think the best person for sleight of hand
but
is Charlotte.
I know that. Yeah, Charlotte has good sleight of hand, but I don't know if it's a 7.
She has a 9. So.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
let's let her do the fucking.
Wait, how does she have a 9?
That fucking dick score there.
Is it mastery or something? Or
oh, it's because she took a feat that made her sleight of hand gave her expertise in sleight of hand.
Ooh.
So
Expertise,
yeah,
not just proficiency.
Yep. So she gets to double her proficiency bonus. So as you ask who might be able to handle these fittings best, Charlotte kind of like steps forward and says, "I'm white." I'm gonna ignore that happened. And we're gonna focus on this. I'll take care of it. Oh wait, she's on advantage. So 17, not 25, but still 17, not bad.
Yes.
I'll put Charlotte over there. So yeah, she steps forward and manages to attach these fittings fairly adeptly and efficiently, which leaves which would be the last thing. Oh no, that was the song that we just did.
Yeah, that was. Yes. You keep missing the song.
Sorry, they're both the same. Like I keep thinking of the sleight of hand. But yeah, so she managed to do this song real quick, and so yeah, she'll just do it again.
Do you want to take that advantage roll and take that 25?
No.
Take that 25. Okay, well, I'll just roll us something bigger.
25.
I might check this shit out.
Just fucking blurb her hands, just fucking claps the Pokeball together.
Jeez, +9 for sleight of hand. I'm scared.
So
man,
yeah,
you could have made it a little. You could have made it a little less impressive and just taking that advantage roll, but no, you had to go and make her look like an Apricorn god.
Yeah. So yeah, so it seems like the only part that had any sort of issue was the heating. Everything else went by pretty flawlessly. I mean, from sawing it, like like with between hammering it, sawing it, and fitting it, it looks like a factory-made Pokeball, just with the intricacies of an Apricorn ball. And it is incredible how excellent it looks. And who would like to paint it? Who has the best performance check?
I actually want to say Azryu. Prisma, would you want to paint and keep this Pokeball? You were the one that picked it out after all.
He looks at you and she's kind of spaced out for a minute, but then she looks at you and she just kind of nods and holds her hand out to grab the Pokeball.
Why was she spaced out? Was she going wow?
Wow. No, she's just kind of been in her head all day.
All right, and then make your performance check.
Yep.
Which I assume that you have the most of.
Sure, I do.
You should.
What is your modifier? I thought you were also killing it in charisma.
Performance.
Charisma with charisma.
Hey.
Hey.
1 second.
Wait,
It happens.
did you mean to roll Zerua's?
No. That's not what I was trying to do.
It's all good.
So it's...
I mean, that technically was a 15 roll. You could
No,
just add
because my
your
shit's not opening. There we go. I'm so
Oh,
fucking...
okay. Okay. I was gonna say the 15. I mean, you could add your. That is technically a 15 roll, so you could just add your. The only difference is.
15
Oh yeah, if
roll.
you just wanted to add your modifier to it.
Yeah, add your modifier to 15.
What is your performance modifier, by the way?
5. Ooh,
5?
No.
Oh.
No. Yes? Hold on. Performance.
I keep thinking you have it, but you keep fucking.
I thought you were asking me about charisma, and that's a 5, but her performance is an 8.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's why I was wondering if you should do it. Mine's only a 4. So yeah, that's past a dirty 20.
Wow.
So you hand Prisma the ball, and Prisma kind of like looks at it and it looks at the paints, sits down, scoots up, and takes the paints and paints the entire ball pink, and then on the top of it, like in the top middle, just kind of paints like a loose like smiley face. And just kind of hands it back to Ryu.
Is that Rat? Is that what you wanted to paint?
What they messaged me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you have a pink Pokeball with a little yellow smiley face, and it's not like the yellow like circle. It's just like 2 yellow lines and a smile. And it looks good, just not as flamboyant as you were expecting. But you know, just wanted a smiley face, so they got a smiley face.
Did you want to keep it to use for later?
She looks at you and shakes her head and pushes it towards you.
Oh, if you insist. Thank you. Okay. Let me just add that real quick.
Mm-hmm. So, for the record, you have obtained a love ball. Which I realize is the only ball that we have on here that we didn't put the amount of successes on. I don't remember why we did that. I don't know if that
because
was
we really couldn't think of anything that like any other Pokeball that was similar to this. Because it's a gender-based ball, so there was nothing even remotely close.
So
we tried to make the Pokeballs tiered into like the better the success, the better type of Pokeball it is, and we kind of related Pokeballs that were like had a similar effect. Like the Nest Ball is 3 successes, the Level Ball is like a better use, so it was 4 successes, and the best one was a Heavy Ball because most high level Pokemon you're gonna find are gonna be medium or large, so that's gonna be a really big catch bonus to get them.
Yep. And like Fast Ball is 3 successes, Quick Ball is 5 successes. Whereas fastball is just based on the opponent's, I think it's speed or dexterity score or something like that. And then quick ball is just
fast
using
is movement speed.
Yeah, and then quick ball is using in the first turn of combat, gives you a huge bonus. So they all have relations to each other, and they're just better at improve, like better options later on. But
there's just nothing close to love ball.
That second ball came out like the first ball came out successful. This one came out very successful. Like you knocked it out of the park. And so you probably have enough time to do one more before evening begins to fall. And she says that if you want, like, she doesn't have room to let you sleep in the house, but you can camp around the house if you would like. As evening has begun to, like, late afternoon has begun to fall. She also leaves you in the forge to start cooking some stuff. So. What color ball do you want to make? She informs you that black makes, at the best, black makes heavy balls, blue makes net balls, green makes luxury balls, pink makes love balls, red makes medical balls, white makes quick balls, brown makes hyper balls, and then yellow makes a special type called evolution balls, which are specific to Pokemon that specifically increase the chance of catching Pokemon that eventually evolve using an evolution stone.
Yeah, because that used to be the moon ball, but fucking why not just make it all evolution stones? Because how often are you going to catch a Pokemon that evolves with a moon stone specifically? But we homebrewed that evolution ball and that medical ball.
Yep. So if anywhere during their evolutionary stage they evolve with a evolution stone, you can use the evolution ball for a +10 bonus.
Do we maybe want to use the same checks?
Same people rolling?
Yeah.
I was gonna say for green one, I kind of go for a green Apricorn.
Yeah.
Green.
Let's see what the.
So green can become a luxury ball if you get 5 successes. So Madeline will go ahead and make a perception check, see if you can find a green one. 10. You do. It just takes a while. That's part of why it takes long. Because not only does it take an hour to forge each one, it's also taking time to go find these Apricorn stuff. But you do come back with a green Apricorn, which next would be another perception, unless someone wants to take over for the insight check. I don't think anyone's insight is better than a 6.
No, I have +4. I don't know.
No.
Could we give them advantage though?
Sure.
Yeah, I'll give them advantage.
Alrighty, so woo! 16.
There we go.
Nice. Seems pretty successful so far. Athletics is next.
Okay. Big swing.
Hammer this thing out.
You go, big guy.
Up to bat.
I don't know why I just realized that if we're helping each other, we could just give every check an advantage roll.
You know what?
True,
Frick
you
it.
could, yeah.
I'm gonna finally use an inspiration. I
Go
don't
for
think
it.
I've actually used. There we
go.
go.
18, yeah. Hammered to perfection. 2 successes. Cooling is next. Another perception check. So,
Can we only grant advantage once?
yeah, I would say each of you can grant one other person advantage once.
Okay.
I'll grant advantage on this one.
Sweet.
Alrighty.
Oh,
23.
nice.
Hot damn.
Very
Fucking nice.
So cool to perfection as well. Next up is athletics or sleight of hand. Charlotte will take care of this one.
Yes.
Sleight of hand. Anyone be available to assist?
Gren, thanks, Gren. You're so cool.
I'd like to give advantage.
Holy shit! It's good thing we're doing this. Advantage. Good lord.
Damn, we're gonna
Another
make a luxury
success.
ball.
So that's 1, 2, 3. That is 4
Another-
successes. That leaves the fittings.
Another sleight of hand.
Yep.
So I guess
So I think that one is just normal because I think everyone else
Yeah,
is either participating.
just Charlotte
or-
again.
Yep. So.
Oh my
Hot
god.
Damn.
Bishop of Light.
Even faster than before. It's a blur.
This thing
Yeah.
should like glow like
Beyond a
golden
blur. We don't even
glow.
see our hands move, and the Pokeball's done.
Yeah, like you finish. she finishes like sawing it and cutting and boring it, and you're like, awesome. So now we gotta do the fittings. And but before you even finish the word fitting, she's holding the ball up to you, completely finished. And you're like, what?
I think Charlotte's earned that one.
And so this entire time,
I have no qualms about that.
Maisie's in the kitchen, like cooking dinner. And so, like, you actually come into the living room, like, and get her attention and bring her attention to the fact that you just, on your third attempt, made a perfect 5 success luxury ball. Which, do you want to have Prisma to paint it again?
Yes.
Everybody turn.
Prisma.
She just nods at you. She's really excited, got the paintbrush in her hand. Oh. She puts a little yellow star on it. It's kind of like one of those ones where you try to draw it by hand. It's kind of uneven.
so we've got a like a dull Apricorn green Pokeball with a yellow star that's cockeyed on it.
A shitty fucking star on it.
So actually, yeah, as you hand Prisma this, Prisma looks at it and kind of just sighs. And yeah, you kind of sit down with the paints again, and you have, for some, you just have even less care than the first time, because you did a pretty damn good job the first time, and this time you're like, come on.
It's like when you like mess something up and try to overcompensate by putting more paint, and then it just makes one side more fat, and then you keep doing it, and it just looks like it looks like a sucklet.
No, imagine that you sit down and you like you take the paint and you just kind of like and you just kind of like take like the yellow paint and you just dump the ball inside the yellow paint, then fish it back out, and then you take the red paint and you just draw like
you're making an Easter egg.
Yeah, you draw like the worst like little like star shape that's like just like you did it really fast, so it's like a little off and like a little slanted to the left and stuff. And so you have a perfect luxury ball that looks ugly as sin. And like it looks bad even for Prisma. It looks bad, but it just hands it back to you. And so now you have a really ugly luxury ball.
Got character.
It sure does. Character is a word you could use for it. The last thing I'll say is that Macy comes out with like a large like wooden tray that she kind of sets on the coffee table that has a full array of home cooked bread, and there's various like savory dips that you can like put on the bread, so it's like bread with like stuff on it that you can choose of, like there's like some various meats and cheeses, stuff like that, very savory.
The charcuterie board.
It's not a shark. It's like it's that on steroids. It's like full on like you know whenever you like have like spaghetti, you get like the garlic bread and you put the spaghetti on the garlic bread. It's more of that than just a bologna on a cracker. This is like full on like slices of homemade like sourdough bread, with like gravy and meat and like potatoes and stuff.
God. Bitch, I'm hungry.
It's like, I'm not a very creative cook, but I do make a lot.
Smelling fucking Chinese food right there.
I imagine she comes out with that. She's like, I'm not a very creative cook, but I do sure make a lot.
Yeah. You
get hungry working at that forge.
Yeah, you imagine that she cooks all of her meals, obviously, but she cooks for one. So the only option when 6 people showed up at her door was bread. And a lot of it.
Yeah, I feel bad. One of us should have helped to. I guess she doesn't have the ingredients to cook a big group meal anyway, even if one of us helped.
But yeah, so she sets this down. She says, she sees like this really ugly luxury ball. She's like, "Oh, that's." I'm really proud that you made that, but you keep in mind you can just keep it blank. And just kind of sets the food down.
Christmas just looks down at the table.
I mean, is it possible to repaint it eventually, or is it kind
probably,
of like
yeah,
a
once
hot
it
off?
dries, you can probably paint it again. See if you can do a better
Bert
job.
kind of pats Prisma
Paint's
on the
kind
back.
of
See,
the
you'll have another
important
chance
of
for it.
But yeah, and you have a pretty nice meal for your dinner. I mean, like, it's home cooked on an actual stove. It's homemade bread. It's the type of stuff that you wouldn't be able to get on an adventure, like as your own cooking, because you don't bring a bread kit with you. You don't have time. It's hard to keep bread from getting moldy and stale on adventures. So like having bread for the first time in quite a few days is pretty nice.
Bread
And gravy and meat.
Man, you know, this is the part of the episode where Team Rocket shows up because they saw us making Apricorn balls, and then they show up to steal all the Apricorns from her house, and then we have to go chase them.
And we take a wacky chase them.
Yeah,
and
the
then...
camera is positioned like with everyone in the foreground, and through this glass window back here, like the glass doors, you can see Team Rocket just grabbing all the balls.
Yeah.
Jesse, that food looks really good.
Yeah,
Pokeballs. We're not here to...
we could buy out a full reward with all these Apricorns.
I know, but that meal looks so good. Can we have some, please?
Your
Just a quick
Jesse voice
snack.
is incredible.
James?
James, wow, sorry,
Okay.
brain. So as you're kind of enjoying this meal, and like late afternoon and evening is kind of starting to fall, the camera slowly pans out the window and pans farther and farther back, and slides back north to the pit that you were at earlier today. As standing in front of the door that you all left behind is a very kind of a little bit frazzled, but diligently working on looking at a map, Prisma, standing in front of the door, twisting knobs and checking this map that's on the wall, trying to figure out what's going on. As the silent Prisma that has been with you this entire time, painting these Pokeballs, quietly tries to put food into the non-existent mouth that this Zora is manifesting. And we'll come back after break to find out what's going on there.
Oh,
Holy fucking shit. That's why the charisma rolls for fucking... Oh my god.
So yeah, so even that 10 was actually a 4. Because Zora has a +2. So that's why you got a yellow ball with a red oblong star attached to it.
And that's why why Zora got scared when Bert patted them on the back, because any harder would have been damage, and then like
So to come back to what's going on here, as everyone else has been here, and in actuality, this is not this. This is this.
But we don't know that yet.
Indeed.
Okay.
We pan
Shut
out
the fuck up.
But go on, Justin. Yeah.
back to the jungle, the forest, the pit where you were here, and Prisma has managed to scale her way across these very precarious platforms.
I almost died.
Herself here. And to fill you in on what has been happening while you have all been venturing is that this door here has 3 kind of like nubs kind of like sticking out of it. And here, covered by this foliage, was a map etched in stone of a very ancient version of the forest. A map that happened to look like... We're gonna have to zoom out for this. This.
Oh shit, you're right, I have to zoom out. Holy fuck.
Actually, that's perfect.
Is it more simple than
Apparently Rat has died. According to that sound.
I'm losing my mind.
In a good way?
No, I hate this puzzle. It's stinky. I'm just really stupid. I don't hate it. It's actually very clever, but I'm also really fucking stupid.
No, the thing is, from what you've been describing, your answer is significantly more clever than the one that I had come up with. But
what the fuck?
So yes, there's this map that's kind of etched into the stone of what this place used to look like back when it was inhabited by its original denizens. The cliff that this place has been founded on is here. And you can see that people have visited this in the past, and like this road is kind of is less defined as it is in this. Someone has actually come in and drawn the road that you all traveled onto this map in the hopes it would help them figure out what's going on. Whether or not it did, the door seems to still be closed. So, but below this, which again, pardon this because I also assumed that this would be the place that you guys were gonna go to and not the Apricorn place. So I had prepared everything for this and nothing for that. That's why I have no entries for that. But oh well, it's fine. What I do have though is if I can find where it is.
I'm gonna blow the door open.
There it is. You see this, which if I show this place, you should share to everyone. There we go. Is this, which also ignore the fact that
Bug.
Yes, Bug. Ryogen is there because I expected you all to be there, but it's fine. But this is the text you see below this.
Has anybody seen Ryogen?
I'll be honest, I was slightly tempted to have Ryogen stick behind, notice that Prisma didn't go with everyone and stick behind, just to make this graphic work. I was like, hey, it's fine, I don't care.
You might have. I did have Ryogen out to just crawl wherever she wanted on my body.
But yeah, so for stream, which this might still be hard to read. What do you mean, ew?
The bug.
Ew! Ew! Ew!
Don't worry, Cloud. We'll find a. Hey, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII here. We've been turned into frogs.
We've been turned into a couple of dang frogs. We can't fight like this. Sorry, go ahead.
Gotta try harder. But yeah, so for chat and anyone who watches this in the future, I understand this is kind of hard to read from your perspective, so allow me to read it for you, so that you don't have to worry about trying to read this tiny yellow text on a brown background, because this is technically etched into the that
would be so awful if somebody had to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the text is damaged, so it's hard to read. That's part of why Prisma has had such trouble, because it has been some of it is kind of scratched out and worn and such. But you're not. I swear to you. So yeah, so there it says on it that 3 holy pilgrimages stretch across this valley. The paths reveal the entrance to our most sacred temple. The southernmost lake in the chain is present in all paths, as is our home. Must wash the sins of modernity from your body and mind each day. These journeys will spread across 3 days. Begin your journey at the Great Falls and bask in their glory. The earth weeps for you. Turn your back to the sun, return home for blessings, and travel to the furthest chain lake for water and sustenance. Wash the sins of comfort away before leaving. Bow your head to the god of the lake and provide offerings. Then venture to our greatest lake for communion with other pilgrims, share thoughts and beliefs. Then to the Exodar Sacred Wood to view and understand the outside world. On your second day, begin here. Profess your desire to enter, toss a tithe into the mouth, and travel toward the sun to the start of the chain. Rest beneath the fall and understand why the world weeps for us. Follow the chain and return to the village for rest and prayer. In order to wash your sins away, nature cannot be forgotten as we advance our knowledge and comforts. Then join the watch at the tower and admire the beauty of our home in the setting sun. It brings us protection, provides us sustenance, and teaches us much. Look also upon the stars for guidance and hope. Our ancestors watch from above. The final path traces a journey from, and this specific word is very scratched out. It's hard to read. But it says, from something's ziggurat. Follow the grand tree to grace you with shade and awe as you leave. Once more to home. Sorry, I said allow, not follow, my bad. Allow the grand tree to grace, but once more to home. Celebrate the final leg of your pilgrimage. Encourage others to join in the future. After cleansing yourself, join the circle at the hill. Watch their work with the creatures of the land. How they provide to them as much as they provide to us. Then, finally, enjoy a night of lonesome thought and prayer at the solitary lake and the connection we all have to nature. And so, that's what Rat as Prisma has been trying to decipher.
Damn.
For this. And
Shit's
she's been
spicy.
making honestly pretty good progress by herself.
Listen, dog. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this one. Do I get anything from doing it by myself for several hours?
I mean, I will say that at this point, you can ask me a few questions, and I will shed at least some light on what's going on for you.
How much are we allowed to give input?
A bit. I mean, you'd be able to give more input if you were actually here.
Yeah,
so you can't give
don't...
a whole lot, but you can give guesses and kind of poke and prod some stuff.
I just don't know what Rat already knows.
So Rat, as Prism, go ahead and explain what you do know at the moment. And also, you're just like I told you, you are free to, if you'd like, draw on this map. So
I don't even know if I drew on it correctly. So I don't even know if anything that I did was right. So that's my problem.
Good question.
Is anything that I did right?
Well, walk us through what you have so far. Like, because I'm the only person who knows what you've been doing. So Stream doesn't know, and Dakota and E-Man do not know. So walk us through a bit of it. Also, hello, Thought Pocket.
Yo, Ray.
All right, shotties. Get ready.
Starting off strong.
Okay, so I was looking at the writing, right? And I was like, okay, it's separated into 3 days, like the 3 dials that are there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming my thought was like, there's these locations on the map, and then there's like each pilgrimage you go different directions, right? And I was like, oh, that must be like the dials, like a combination lock, right? And so I traced out each of the locations, like starting at the falls, going to where home is, going to like the last of the chain lakes or whatever, and then going to the big lake, and then going towards the exit. And I was like, I don't know if that listen. I don't know if I'm doing this right, and he won't tell me anything, and I'm losing my mind. But those are the paths that I thought made sense for the most part.
I see those lines, and I only think of Outer Wilds flashbacks to beating that in.
Wait, are you guys seeing lines right now?
I am.
On
Rat's streaming. Rat's streaming it.
Oh, can you draw the lines on the map on
Oh, that's what you wanted me to do.
Yeah, so that Stream can see what you're doing.
I got nothing.
And so that's where Prisma's currently at as far as what they're figuring out. So first off,
how does the orange line go 1, 2, 3, 6, 7?
Good question. I might have misnumbered that. That was my bad.
Okay, yeah, because I was really confused there. I was like, there's only 6 points, but there's 5 dots, but they count the 7.
For some reason, I thought that that Red wrote a 5 on something, and I just wasn't paying attention. So yeah, that's absolutely my own fault. That is definitely a 4 and a 5. So my bad about that. Ignore me miscounting. It's fine. So, walk us through your thoughts so far.
I thought it had something to do with like where you start and then the other points like relevant on the dial to like which way you turned it. But I'm not really sure if that's right either. And I think that
do we have a diagram of these dials?
I mean they just look like a combination lock. Apparently.
So I can draw real quick. So they so I will say, so the one thing that you know is that the dials are shaped like round with little nubs. So like that. And the nub is painted a slight green. Like these colors are very faded. Like the colors you see on this map are bright so that you as players can read them. But these colors are ancient paints kind of baked into this wall. And so a lot of this color is faded away and vanished. But there is a faint green kind of coloration to the notch on the dial. And you've learned that from messing with the dials, it's not like a combination lock where it's smooth. It's like a thunk, 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 thunk from each number. So it seems like you're setting a number, not kind of dialing in a number. You're setting a specific number. And there's 3 of them.
Based on what we end on?
Don't know. Good question. So also walk me through your places on each of these. I'm curious where your thoughts are, like from the 1, the 2, the 3, so on and so forth.
I assumed that they would be. Would the place that you start, does that count as your 0 point? Or does that count as like the direction on the map where it is?
Good question.
I beat you. I tried so hard.
Open this up again so the chat.
I got so far.
You really did. So let's like I said, let's go one at a time. So with your day 1, walk me through your first day. And why you've chosen these specific like places.
Oh yeah. So the first point is obviously at the Great Falls, where all the waterfalls are.
Okay, that's here.
And then it says, turn your back to the sun and return home for blessings, which is where this tiny little village is right here.
Alrighty.
And you pass through it on each journey. And then travel to the furthest chain lake, which I assume the furthest one would be the furthest from the point that it starts, which is up here, which would be this one, right?
Down here?
I assume that's what that is, right?
It seems to make sense.
Okay. And then the next like actual location seems to be the Great Lake, which is probably, I'm assuming, the biggest one, which is down here.
Okay.
And then they're talking about the exit outside of the woods, which I'm assuming is in this direction this way, which is why that's right there.
Alrighty. So if you want, so if you're wanting there, then it's over there.
Ew.
5.
Ew. Yes.
Okay. So now let's walk through day 2, which was blue, right?
Yes. Okay. So that one says begin here, which I assume that if you're reading this, that you're probably here, which is where we are in the cliff with the big hole in it.
Makes sense to me.
And then it says blah 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 blah. Go travel towards the sun to the start of the chain on the next day. And the sun rises in the east, which I'm assuming is this way. And so that's where the sun is, and that's where the start of the chain is, where because the water comes out the mountain.
Seems to make sense to me.
Blah 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 blah. Something about the earth pissing. You follow it.
Accurate.
You follow the chain of lakes down to the village, which is there.
Okay.
Blah blah blah. There's lightning. Ha ha ha. Blah blah blah. Join the watch at the tower. Blah 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 blah. Which is over towards like this way right here.
Okay.
That's what I assume the tower is.
So you have it here, though.
I thought it was in the direction, but
Oh, okay.
yeah,
That's fine.
it's supposed to be like. And then blah blah blah, it teaches us stuff, and then I don't know about the last part. I don't know if it's an actual location. It said, I don't know if it was just kind of like flavor text looking upwards. And that's why I went upwards. But if that's not anything, then this isn't relevant.
Okay.
I don't know if that's like a hint to go back upwards, or if that's just there to be in there.
So yeah, so I will say that during this time, Rat has made a couple checks. A lot of them incredible checks. Like, hot damn, these checks.
Yeah, fuck you.
Rolled a what was it? A full on. So rolled poorly to get over there. So took a few hours to get over to this place without dying. But rolled a 16 investigation and 19 insight and natural 20 perception. So just got a few clues. Which one of the ones that I gave you was that that only the locations seem to matter. None of the flavor text. Only like
Yes, so this one doesn't
locations. So I will give you that.
Pretend that is not there. I think.
You mean like?
That's the one where I said that is like, oh yeah, like that. So the last one says it's supposed to start from the ziggurat, which I was like, I had to look up what that was, but I assumed it was this thing anyways.
Fair enough.
I was like, damn, yeah, I think that's what that is. And then you start there. You face the tree, which I assume is the tree that's like right here. It's this big ass tree right here. When you turn the leaf, and then you head home again. It said join the circle at the hill, which I'm assuming was this hill right here.
Down here where you have 3. Okay.
Yeah. That's the only like hill that I could see, unless you were talking about this place again, but it's more like cliff. And then it said, enjoy a night of thought and prayer at the solitary lake, which seems to be the only one that isn't connected to anything. Just this one.
Interesting.
And that's what I got. And it makes
that all seems to make sense to me. So
to use it as me.
Yeah. So with that said, for Dakota and E-Man, what are your thoughts so far?
I am so brain head empty, and I've cracked through so many of these kind of puzzles in Outer Wilds that Oh man, I just finished the game yesterday, and I thought,
you're
okay,
back in it, baby.
no, God, honestly, I can't wrap my head around any of the. I'm
That's
in
fine.
those zero escape puzzle moves.
tried
I'm
real
afraid I
hard.
can't be. I'm impressed. I probably couldn't have even thought of drawing the paths. I would have legitimately thought, oh, I have to physically walk these to solve this puzzle.
I thought that at first. I was like, am I gonna have to go on a pilgrimage to open a door?
Yeah, that was one of the first clues that that they got with that. What was the roll that I had you do again? It was investigation. Yeah.
It was the mobs.
Yeah. So
I was like,
I'll give you the clues that that Prisma got through her investigation. So with the investigation check, you notice that compared to the other words etched into the stone, only one seems to have ink within the etches. The word trace has ancient flaking black ink in the carved out words. You also notice that the 3 lumps are actually stone dials with numbers etched around them. Little nubs painted green like pointers are also part of the dials. So in that that block of text, the only text that seemed to have any ink in it at any point was the word trace. With her successful insight check, make sure I haven't missed one yet. You recognize the names themselves don't hold importance. More so, the directions they are in relation to each other. But you also can tell the because she was asking specifically about the Great Falls. The Great Falls seems more important than the one you're looking at. The small light blue dots on the cliffs around those are lakes or waterfalls. That was just a clarification that I would have said in person. It's like these little dots are little waterfalls.
What are the dots pointing or the dials pointing at again? Are they just numbers from what to what?
They're numbers from 1 to 9 around each one. And I will say that none of them are set to a specific number when you started. The first one was set to like 6, the second one was set to 7, the third one was set to 2. It's just, they're just kind of, it seems like with someone having drawn this black line here to kind of represent the road, it seems like you're not the first people to try and open this door. And it seems unlikely that the person before you succeeded. And then the last clue that they got, well, one of the clues that they got with that insight check is that that there's a lot of fluff that doesn't seem as important. It's the locations themselves that are important. And with the perception check, the number of days seems important, given that there are 3 dials. They seem to correspond to each day. You also recognize the directions seem to be important, but also very inconvenient. Why are these days of prayer involve such convoluted travels? A lot of these places are closer to each other on different days than the days listed. And then they also found out that the dial clicks into specific numbers. Like in each number, it's not a smooth transition from each thing. Yeah, and the dials only spin in one direction. That's, you now know everything that they know. And
Jesus Christ, this is beyond me.
I will say I will say this, you are exceptionally close. You were just missing a very specific detail, in this, in the riddle that,
in the middle bit
is important. And I will say for Prisma, now that you don't have to roll secretly, go ahead and give me a either an insight or a perception check. Your choice.
Aha.
Insight 10. Not terrible though. Excuse me. So you have a feeling that you're missing something near the beginning of the riddle, like of this whole text block. Something near the start is important. I'll open this up.
Oh, I think I see it, and I can't tell her.
You can provide a hint if you would like.
I'll beat the shit out of you in person if you don't.
I mean,
tell me
I
what you
want to
right
tell her
now.
outright because I think I might have caught something.
Go for it.
It says in the second line, the southernmost lake in the chain is present in all paths. So that's got something to do with it. I think. I think that's because that's right. The second line of the whole thing. I think that might be what you're missing.
Yeah. As is our home. I know that I went home each time.
Oh, as is our home. Yeah. That's yeah. You went there.
Why the fuck?
But the southern chain lake is also present in all of them.
Am I stupid? Wait.
Waiting.
Oh. Wait. Wait. My brain is.
Hopefully that's not the sound your brain is making. That seems it's inconvenient at the least.
It's grinding.
Significantly concerning at at worst.
Okay.
I think I understand.
I fucking get it. Wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. I think I got it.
So in between the village on the second day, in between the village and the watchtower, you stop here. Right?
Okay, so then that would make this look like that.
Yes.
Instead of...
That is where you wash your sins.
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to home. On the third one, you go to home and cleanse yourself. And then you go to the... So you go home, stop here, and then you go to the hill. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. That was the one thing that I was like, what the fuck does that mean?
And you know what? I had an inkling that this is what it was, but that fourth trip didn't make sense. Or the third day's trip didn't make sense.
So wait, so what was that last part that you just said? That you were clarifying on? Right.
Oh, I was saying like before, on the last day before you go here, in between the village and here, you would stop by here.
It's like that. Why is that?
Yes.
It is clear to me now.
Speak, streamer.
Do you want me to give you the answer?
Yes, bitch, I've been sitting here for hours.
The so roots close. Make numbers.
But really? Motherfucker.
The roots make numbers.
I don't want to be here anymore.
No, the thing is, like I said, the answer you gave me, which was like turning the dials depending on what direction you're going each day, is such a smarter like answer than just the routes make numbers. Like that is such a
putting in these fucking stupid.
That's the
numbers.
thing is, I started to guess that that's what it was when you had these all mapped out the first time, but the third trip was what was giving me problems because I was like, okay, that looks like a 5 and that looks like a 7, but what is that? That's not a number. That last one, and then when you were like,
Lake.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You said you were missing a stop.
Okay,
yeah, that made sense.
Okay. All right, let me in. All right, let me in.
But yeah, congratulations on solving the puzzle.
God, I was literally like one line away from fucking doing it without anyone knowing.
Yeah, you were so close to it. That's why I started out saying like you guys can give any help because I knew you were going to get it. It's just that you wanted the help. So I was like, okay, fine. I'll let them help. But yeah, like you were so close when you sent me that picture of you drawing. It's like, holy shit, you have this. Like, you have it. You just have one path that's slightly wrong, and that's it. That is incredible.
My God, I'm so mad.
You shouldn't be
Do
mad.
I-
You solved
do I-
this
do I-
by yourself.
Do I get a prize for doing it mostly by myself?
Honestly, yeah, I'm gonna think of something because hot damn, like this was
The prize is you get to find whatever's inside all by yourself. You get to lay claim to anything in there.
I want to go in the door. Fuck you.
But yeah, like I was planning on this being like a thing where like where you're all working together to solve and stuff, and like you're like, I'm gonna stay behind and do it. It's like, all right, this will be interesting. Good luck.
Yeah.
And then you just single-handedly like, here's the answer to your puzzle man. Let me in.
I can't speak for everyone, but I think quite a few of us were just like, I get that there's a significance to this door, but we can like go to the city and be safe for a little bit, and we can come back here.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do it by myself.
Yeah.
Because I figured
safety.
Well, no, because I was like, man, I'm gonna be so mad about that door. I'm like, I don't even care if they make it to the city first and don't even realize it. That's zero until they get there, bro. I want in. I felt
we want out.
I don't. All a puzzle in front of a door is some Indiana Jones shit. I am not ready to go into. I'm not ready to have a spike trap. Go whoopsies. Good thing it stabbed your package and not you. Like I don't. I'm not dealing with that, or like the arrow traps or spike pits or fire or snakes or spiders or curse.
You just had to be smart.
Do you know? Do you know Burke's perception and like dexterity? He
Do you
barely
see
made
how
it up
much
at
points he has in
side.
athletics?
Well,
I know it's athletics, but that's not dexterity.
You don't
that's
have
strength.
you don't have to be upset because I went in by myself, and I'm super.
Not being upset. I'm just saying that's why I really didn't want to go near.
Yeah, I know. That's why I went by myself.
Okay.
So as you set these dials, 5, 7, and 3, the last one clicks into place. You hear a loud as the entire like door starts to slowly slide up and open, and a stale, musty smell wafts from inside.
Damn, that's kind of spicy.
Very.
Damn. That shit kind of spicy.
It's like the Idris Elba hot ones interview. What the fuck?
I see you guys the person who animated that as Knuckles.
Yes.
Yeah. So good. So good. But behind the door, you see a staircase that descends down.
Descends, nah.
Into darkness.
Descends, nah, turns around. Guys!
Cricket noises. Cricket noises.
You want to play archaeologist. Be brave.
It's time to be
No, I'm going in there. It's fine.
Yeah, I feel dumb because, like, man, I'm glad I got at least the first floor of this done. I can have that set up so that it can explore like the first floor and stuff. And then I forgot to upload the fucking thing, and then you guys didn't go this way. It's like cool, but yeah, this is the route that I was trying to prepare because I thought this is the route you guys were gonna go. That's why I don't have anything, because I was intending on having the so I'm just vamping for time now as a way for this thing to upload. That's not uploading for some reason, but that's but like I was intending on putting the visit to the Apricorn location like in a session or two, so I'd have more time to figure out like what Pokemon she would have around her home to help her power stuff. Because I was intending on having like a Pokemon that's powering her electric stuff, like a Zepstrika or something. And then like have a Pokemon that's like helping her around the house, like the Mr. Mime to Ash's mom, just not a monstrosity. Stuff like that, but so that's why at the moment she only has a Slugma and another Pokemon you haven't met yet. But so you turn your lantern on as you head down. You descend about 20 feet down. It actually about 10 feet down. It actually doubles back on itself a bit, and actually doubles back on itself twice by the time you reach down. So you're down about 20 maybe 30 feet from where you first enter. and you enter into a old, decrepit rug. But you know what? At this point, I can actually just, since there's a grid on the floor, I can actually just turn off the grid. There. The grid is the floor.
The grid.
And so, yeah. Welcome to this. Which we won't go, we're already at 9 p.m. and we've been going for 8 hours, so we won't go too far on this, but I'll at least take you down to the landing. To here.
Okay.
And your lantern has a range of what?
Should be
Something.
30.
30 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not that far. This is what you can see within your field of vision. You see that you're standing on an ancient carpet that kind of like crinkles at your feet. There's a pot here, spot open the corner, and to your right are statues of. If you scroll to your left, you'll see what they look like. You see.
Oh.
Don't give me a second. There you go. This is what they look like. At least the one on the left looks like that. The one on the right has its head on the floor.
And
But
came off. That's cool. Wait, I don't like it here anymore.
They could kick his damn head off.
and so, as everyone else enjoys a nice dinner of breads, meats, potatoes, and learning a new skill, Prisma, bravely and by herself, descends into the first floor of a dungeon. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Ain't that neat?
Hey, Jimbo, I noticed you're going to the dungeon. Good luck in there. I don't want to go in there. I'm sorry.
Thank you, John.
Your mother and I once went in a dungeon once, and I came out a different man.
Oh no! Oh no! I don't like that one.
Thank you everyone who stuck around for the whole thing. That was a bit of a longer stream, but I feel like it was a good one, especially at the start. I really liked all of you interacting with each other. That was a lot of fun. It's very cool. So I'm excited to see what happens next time. The group has officially split. The first rule of D&D, never split the party. Second rule of D&D, split the party every opportunity you can, because it's fun. So, looking forward to next time. What do you all think?
Fun.
I really like the character interactions at the beginning. There was a lot of fun social dynamics being created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I'm really excited to explore that more.
We kind of got M Night. We kind of got a M Night Shyamalan before this, like for the camera panning away and.
Yeah, I thought describing it as like I'm so tempted to make it like raining and storming where Prisma is, so it's just like crack of lightning and it's just Prisma in a raincoat. But I was like, no, that's way too like just dumb. So, but yeah.
I mean, she's already kind of fucked up because she almost fell like 4 times into the pit.
It's fine.
She probably looks like a crazy person going at those knobs.
1 1 1 1
9 9
Mood base alpha.
But yeah, I am extremely proud of you, Rat, for managing to solve that by yourself. That is wild. And not what I expected. So, like, I was expecting that to be, like, challenging for everyone to figure out. And you're like, I got this shit. Don't worry. And you fucking kicked its ass. So, good job. I'm very proud of you.
Except I can't read.
You missed 1 line. It wasn't even, you missed half of a line. But yeah. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out and watching. I'll go and stop stream, and then us in chat, us in the call can kind of talk about the game and stuff, and stuff like that. But yeah, much love to all of you. Check out everyone in the cast. Bam. Man, some of them are gonna come back to quite an interesting string of events. So, bye.